Can't take that dick, wait your turn. In my own lane, we can't merge. So with no hands, you can learn. Let's see how much you can earn. Why me go big like the worm?
See, where I come from, yeah, because I hear people saying, oh, I'm afraid of snakes. Let me tell you something. Where I'm from, call that lunch. Just me. Okay, the band will be over at 8 o'clock, maybe a little later tonight. Sorry. Okay. You know when you find somebody new on TikTok and they keep showing up in your feed and you're liking pretty much every video because they're actually pretty good videos, but like you don't know how big their following is, whether or not they notice you're liking other videos. So I may or may not have gotten banned for a day on another platform. I'll be live again tonight with a better attitude, like in how I live, how I'm gonna, how I want to live long term. Because I've just had so many different lifestyles at this point, and how many different people have told me what to do, what not to do. People that I've had in my life who have, affected the way that I've lived. And so now I just have me for the most part. So, like I go shopping, well, I want healthy food. Or I have a phone, like, oh, I'm a live streamer, I'm this, I'm that, I'm famous. Well, I don't have any desire to get an expensive phone. At all. I can't figure out why. But I just don't think it's in my personality to actually be a techie. Ironically, I think it's just something I got good at a necessity to figure out how to survive at that point with what I had available to me without having to give up what I had in other ways, So like I'm sitting here with you guys, I can live stream and hang out with you, and the quality that you're getting is the same that you're going to get from someone who has, 3-4 bars of service, in a regular situation. It's no different. So the thing you're seeing on the other side of the screen is the same. I'm over here, I paid $20 for this phone, and the next person who's showing you a live stream that's almost the same quality, maybe not content-wise, but, video quality-wise, they paid $1,500 for a phone. Or they even paid for the full phone, they leased it out like you'd lease a vehicle, And I'm sitting here, I paid $20. I'm like, why the hell? I can't bring myself to, it's like dating, like circa 2021, I'd say, not 2021, I'd say 2022, but circa like spring 2022 to now, and then like in any possible foreseeable future, I cannot even conceive how could I ever date somebody? Why would I? I don't even know. Like, even if I was like with somebody and I got real close with her, I'd still be like, look, if you're going to stop talking to me or being around me or whatever, you're going to pull back if I don't say we're dating, then if you're leaving me with an ultimatum, then I'll frickin' figure it out. But if you're not giving me an ultimatum, we're not dating. Because I'm just not there, And that's where my mentality is at. Is I don't give a fuck about anything except getting forward at this point. And I mean anything. Like, if you haven't noticed, like family, friends, acquaintances, and people are like, man, you're just horrible. I'm like, no, I had an extreme near-death experience, and I prioritized very quickly and realized that I would not be nearly as fucked up in my situation if I had just cut everybody else out the way, cut everybody out the way that I should have in the beginning. Like I'm there for people, but I don't really want people being there for me unless I really ask for it, because I'm pretty self-sufficient. And that self-sufficiency is part of how I maintain my personal identity, and I'm able to stay true to who I am. So people are like, oh, it's insulting. You don't want to be close with us. You're a recluse. You're antisocial. No, I'm not. I'm a very independent person. And the way that I exude, the way that I, like, being independent really helps me to know me. Like, my alone time is extremely important to me. and my alone time is essentially 24 hours a day. You know, no different than it was when I was a kid. You know, I was always in my room, or if I was outside or whatever I was doing, I was always by myself for the most part. And anytime I did have the interactions with people around me, it was never all that fun. But what I didn't do was let it get to my head, or, you know, go to my head, or let it get me upset, or like, you know what I mean? Like, I never had that desire for retaliation. I never got like, I don't know. Like, I think if I grew up like 20, 30, 40 years ago, I wouldn't doubt if I'd be one of those guys that did something nuts. But I grew up in a generation where there's actually, you know, an ability for me to do shit. So I'm not dangerous. Whereas it's funny, it is comical for me. I'm not going to lie to you. It's comical for me to see people from past generations look at me and like be so fucking scared. And they watch all these Netflix movies and they're like, I remind them of all the fucking scary people that they're watching in their Netflix movies that were in the news when they were kids. And I'm just like, they didn't have phones, man. They didn't have, you know, you didn't have the ability to hide in your room and masturbate 7 times so you can get over shit, you know? So whatever. Mm-hmm. Report me if you have to. I literally don't fucking care. Because at this point, you know, I'm making it. With or without social media, with or without the internet. I'm guaranteed to either die or make it. So, do your worst. I'll do my best, you do your worst, and we'll see who wins. The only 2 times I would ever say that I need... the only time, I was going to say death, but not really. If I'm actually going to die, just let it fucking happen. If it's my time, God will take me. If it's not my time, it won't happen. So the one time I would say I welcome intervention is if I'm going to get incarcerated. The only thing I hate worse than the idea of death is the idea of a lack of productivity. It really pisses me off, the idea of being put on this planet and being so capable and not being alive to do everything that I was kept alive to be able to do. You know, like I was pulled out of my home as an infant to survive. Raised in a good home, got to go to school, got good grades for the most part. And, you know, high school was a little iffy there. And then the end of it, I did really good. You know, I'm smart, I'm strong, capable, come from a good stock of family. And then the intelligence piece of it, where they just decided to fuck off, you know, flipped over into the better family, and I was able to get the best of both worlds. And just, you know, there's just a lot of who I am and the way God made me that society deserves. You know, that society, I don't say society needs, because they could get it from somebody else. But I'm saying I'm willing to put myself out there. I'm willing to do the work. And I'm willing to do it because I want to, which is way different than most people. You know, like people put themselves out there because they either feel like they have to, or they're trying to please someone else, or they feel like it's their duty, or they don't even realize, you know. But for me, it's like I know that I could be nothing if I wanted to, right? And I've finally outgrown the pretentious mindset of believing that doing nothing would make me worthless. And that freedom from those emotional, you know, the emotional chains of believing that one lifestyle or another is worse than the other, helped me actually be able to step back within myself and decide whether or not, you know, decide how I wanted to move forward. And being able to actually sit and contemplate who I really am. It was really nice to know that I was right about me the whole time. And there was a lot of factors that could have said that I wasn't. And that would have been fair to, you know, to evaluate and say that I was wrong about my capability, my ability, my desire, my drive, who I really am. And it was nice to find out that I really am who I thought I was. And it made all the work that I did to push through, even though I stayed at the bottom the whole time. I put in a lot of work that, people in higher positions would have, right? And I had to put in that much amount of effort just to push through to the next bottom position. But then after making my rounds, I got to, I have that foundation. I really do. Um, and that's why even when, I had the blessing, I would say I got the opportunity to be introduced to how life really works, and like learn about just, I don't know, just the intricacies of society and how things operate. And it was, I actually kind of stepped away, um, because I was ahead of what I was shown, which was very perplexing for me. Um, and it actually is a big point of emotional disturbance that I continue to work through. Is being like, I guess maybe God made me further along on my own. I don't know. Um, but there's a lot of people that I really looked up to for a long time that I still love dearly. Like, I love with all of who I am. That I continue to hope that are more uh, endowed knowledge-wise and intellectually than they've shown me, right? Perhaps the notion of deception to see my reaction. But my hopes are that I can get a repeat introduction, possibly on a level that's more appropriate to where I am on that journey. Uh, because for me, that was kind of like, that introduction was like, in my mind, supposed to be like the pinnacle at the beginning of the life that I was to choose to live moving forward, right? And what it really felt like was one of those movies where you meet your parents, and they're not anything of what you thought they were going to be. They end up being someone with a handicap sitting on the ground playing with toys, and a random person who won't take their hands off you, and you don't even know them, and they realize how uncomfortable you are, and you thought they were going to be like you, you know. Um, but I definitely love them more than I have ever and could ever love either the family that raised me or my biological family, because these these people that I got an opportunity to meet, that's my family. That's my true family. But like I said, no different than anywhere else. I don't fit in, and I don't fit in because I'm too big. Like and that's literally like the freaking issue is, I grew too far too fast and I didn't even know it. And the whole time, as I even surpassed these people that I thought I was to have a part of my life, um, I didn't even know. I didn't have a clue. I became this big stomping monster coming through town, and I didn't even know. I didn't even know. And I'm starting to wonder. I'm like the fame thing is one thing. Oh, that's cool. But then when you got random people taking pictures of you and uh, you're coming around, you like, I didn't. I needed to be given a couple of. I needed to be given a couple of months to be able to grasp where my life had gone to. But I think with the way that I had behaved at that point, it was believed that I didn't have the personal capability of handling it on my own, right? Because I had reacted and I was scared and I was like, "What the hell's going on?" When I first started having like paparazzi, and I started having people, getting weird around me, and then I got to step away for a minute And then coming back, it was like everything was normal again. You know, like COVID had hit, and just the tides had turned so quickly that, you know, the value of my name remains and the value of my ability remains, but it's kind of given me time to be private for a while in an unprecedented way, you know, in a way that never would have been possible had things not fallen apart for a minute. So like I have this, it's like a survivor's guilt for me, you know, like I didn't have my Britney moment, and I was supposed to, but I didn't, because things fell apart and I got to fall into the background for a while. But I've come to a point where I do think the world is ready for me. You know, as long as I continue to be nice, I think we're ready for me to get out there and do what I do. Thank you to those of you who gave me a chance to see myself in a way that I never really did, in ways that I never really understood before. Thanks for helping me see my faults. Thanks for giving me a chance to process those faults and come to accept myself so that I can continue to move forward knowing the problems that I do have, you know. And just for being so supportive, you know, for real. Like, and I know the tough part is parting in ways where, oh, what, you know, we got you back to this point, now you think you can just keep going? Well, isn't that the story of every time people go through this stuff? Like, do me a favor and realize, you know, this is different. I've been different. You guys have been different with me than has been with most people. Let's move on through this together. Let me keep doing what I do. Let me get where I need to be. Realize it is a bit of an anomaly. And be the people that could be proud to say that you were supportive to the point that I got there. Because I'm not going to make you the people that I sing about, or that I write about, or that I have something to say about that turn their backs on me. I'm not going to have time to do that. I'm not. So do me a favor and come along with me, because I'm not leaving you behind, and I need to keep moving. So I'm asking you to, you know, I'm asking you to hightail it and keep getting your stuff in gear so you can come along with me. And if I do keep surpassing in such a fashion, just fucking reach out to me, you know, or don't let me forget. If you got to be a dick every now and again, I'm not too mad. Just don't fuck up my situation, you know. But I won't forget about you. I mean, ask around. You guys remember 2017? How many times a day would you hear in the comments, "You remember my name?" Fair? I'm not really asking if it's fair. It's kind of, you know, that's who I am. You know, we'll be 100, 200, 300 people in there each and every time. Yeah, absolutely. I remember your name. Of course I do. I care. And that's as real. That's more real now than it was then. It was as real as it could be back then. As real as I knew how to be. And multiply that by 1,000 to where I'm at now. And I understand most of you far more than you think I even could. Far more than you believe I could. So, thank you for being here and for sticking around. And on that note, we'll do a little plug for the baby games. Don't forget to follow. Thank you. And if you don't know who I am, ask one of my day ones. Take a look, see what kind of people are hanging around and who I seem to be a little more familiar with. And go to them. Now, I tell you, go at your own risk. Because, you know, some of them are fans, some of them are haters, some of them are my steppers, and some of them are just hanging out. And you're going to find out all on your own. Just like everybody else did from the first day that I started live streaming. All those years ago. But I think a lot of you here could agree with me that it's been a long journey. And, you know, a lot has lapsed. A lot of time has lapsed and a lot has happened in a very short time frame. And I think a lot of you could probably say that you've grown up with me and changed with me. And, you know, it's felt like a lot more time has passed than has with me, you know. And thank you for being with me. I appreciate you. So on that note, we probably have about 10-15 minutes left until my alarm goes off. And when it does, I'm going to be swapping platforms and continuing the live stream. So I ask you, if you will, to please stay with me. And on the topic of Jeff Bezos, since we already talked about Elon Musk and how we're going to possibly help tweak things on the little Twitter live here just by being annoying enough for them to get fixed. Or whatever. I don't know. I don't want any more actual trouble in my life. Like that's where I'm at. I'm like, I want to make a difference. I want to continue to help. But I never in a million years expected that. And that's not a good thing. Like, I was the one standing there like, oh, this is a competition? I wasn't informed. I'm not competing with anybody. I'm doing my own thing, Why am I butt-ass naked in a 30-degree Fahrenheit room? Cement, why am I in a cement box? What the fuck's going on right now? And I knew the whole thing was bullshit, but I'm just like, all right, so I'll wait this out. And then, I'm like, I'm going to be a good person about this. So I'm waiting. It keeps getting worse. I'm like, the fuck? And worse and worse and worse. And then, about a year and a half later, 2 years later, and eventually I'm like, I put my foot down. I'm like, okay, this is bad. This is wrong. This is not going to continue. And as much as I love you guys, you're all going to scatter like mice now because I'm calling snakes. And everybody fucked off pretty quick. Because apparently people are afraid of snakes. Where I come from, snakes are one of three things. Food, because you accidentally ran into them on the road. Pets. Or just an animal out in the wild that you don't have to be afraid of. Most people don't know this, but there are very few snakes that can actually hurt you. It's actually most animals. Most animals are like not even really that dangerous, believe it or not. The most dangerous animal is the human being. Anyway. Oh, it's a really good song, by the way. Oh, yes. I'm totally like getting excited. My adrenaline's starting to pump. And that's when they try to accuse me of manic episodes, but it's not. Okay? I have deep emotions. I'm Scottish. It's a thing. So I'm like, I get really hype. I get fucking... We are the one culture that's, we party at our funerals. If that tells you anything. We like to get excited. Speaking of, we'll get back to Bezos in a minute. Our little Texan man. Our big Texan man. Get back to him. What the world's gotten to people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is. Thank you. Me too. And if I get attached to it, yeah, I promise I won't get weird with you. I got some serious boundaries now. Walls. I still love you, yes I do. Just tell yourself that I'm on the bad side of the glass. There ain't no, it's not just perception, depending on whatever. I mean, some people say it is. For me, I got lines and say it. Don't forget to follow. Thank you. By the way, all y'all that have been hating on me all these years, we're almost exactly the same, whether you know it or not. I did my research. This whole time, y'all are my neighbors. You got all the same interests on the social platforms. And we're fighting with each other all these years. I think that's stupid. Stupid if you ask me.
These rich men know the Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do. Cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end, cause the rich men know the rich men.
Yeah, I've seen the kid's other songs. I don't like how he treats his dogs in his videos. But this song is fucking fire.
I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours, bullshit pay.
Oh, wait. Yes. And one thing I will say, I'd like to see some of you guys learn how to warm up to people outside of male and female. Because I'm telling you, I've done a lot of learning, and it ain't just social conditioning. I thought it was too until I actually gave him a chance. Scary at first. I'll agree on that. But it's mostly just because it's different than what we know or knew.
Only tender long before the days of no surrender years ago. And we know, smoke 'em if you got 'em, 'cause it's going down. All I ever wanted was you. I'll take a drink of heaven, 'cause I don't know.
Oh, oops.
It's raised up my soul to other things I've lost on you. Oh, tell me how they lost on you. Oh, just enough to cut you loose. Oh, everything I lost on you is that lost on you.
Is that lost on you? Is that lost on you? Is that lost on you? Machinations of expectations in your mind. Never lost your patience. Let you more than hate me all the time. And you're still mine. Smoke 'em if you got 'em, 'cause it's going down. All I ever wanted was you. Let's take a drink of heaven. Raise a glass or two. All the things I lost on you. Oh, tell me how they lost on you. Oh, just that you can cut me loose. Oh, everything I lost on you is that lost on you. Is that lost on you? Man, I wish I could sing. Is that lost on you? I feel like with classes and stuff, I could probably learn how to sing. Like, I used to have this VO2 trainer, and I would go and I would work out at the gym, and it'd be an elevation trainer, so I'd be working out at like, you know, a couple thousand feet, but like, just for my lungs. And I had some serious lungs on me at that point. I feel like I should get back to that. Probably could. But I've gotten like, my lungs have gotten lazy. I've got, they're not near as clear as they used to be. But a little hurt, maybe. Smoking didn't help, that's for sure. I feel like I've literally lived like 15 years since I last saw you guys. So, and you guys have not been there for pretty much any of it, and that's kind of the wild part. Lost on you, just that you could cut me loose. Lost on you, is there lost on you? Lost on you. Oh, wow. Please don't take my man. Please don't take him even though you can. Your beauty is beyond compare. Flame locks of auburn hair with ivory skin and eyes of emerald green. Your smile is like a breath of spring. And see, I'll say one of the. Thanks for being here, by the way. I might be. Why? Bilk and Welfare, the song. Yeah. See, y'all, I'll tell you what's ironic. Let me say this while I'm still on Twitter. Some of y'all are the fucking reason I can't get a regular day job. You know? I literally have the equivalent of a traffic ticket on my record. In case you didn't know, that's actually what it is. And it's just some old motherfuckers that were really pissed that they're not allowed to control my life, that they really fucked up. And what they did was they reverse engineered the, let's call it a media blackout caused by COVID. And now, when I tell you, they're fucked down to the point of bloodline. I mean, oh my shit, bro, this shit is beyond biblical and I fucking love it. I fucking love it because I'm not a bitch. But apparently it scares most people when you go through it. Like, think about life like levels, all right? The further you get, the less scary it becomes, okay? But then you also sometimes forget when you do levels over to go get all the blue Legos, you forget that you're still playing with some people that didn't make it to that level yet. And they're like, what the fuck? You know? So, sorry about that. Someone said I was broadcasting from jail. Oh, I didn't say it. I didn't say I wasn't. But, in case you need company. Alright. But for real, though. Yeah, like I said, while I'm still on Twitter. So it's ironic because you guys kind of are the reason why I'm eligible for all this assistance. Some of you. So thank God for me being able to prove that I can't get a job and keep a job and like have an employer that's going to keep me on. I have a lot of I have a lot of like documented history that I could prove that it's not my fault, which is actually what you need. Can't get on disability, but I got the basic necessities, and I don't even plan to have this forever, obviously. I'm gonna go through the process, take care of what I need to. I will find somebody that will hire me. I will find a job, but it's gonna take me a lot longer than the average person. But I bet you I will, because I don't quit too easy, and I'm gonna go to college, and I'm not gonna let anybody. I'm not gonna let anybody kidnap me this time. No other way to say it. But I will see you over on the other platform in a jiffy. Don't forget to follow, because Twitter looks like it's going to start becoming fun. Bye for now. If you don't know where I'm going, ask around or look on my profile.
Founded the Rare Impact Fund, with a portion of the beauty sales going towards their goal of raising $100 million to expand mental health services and education for young people around the world.
What?
Along with her mother, she also co-founded
my favorite people to crush on are people that are unattainable.
Doable ways to put your mental health first daily.
Because I don't have to worry about actually dating them.
Sit down with her today and have this discussion. Thank you, Selena, and welcome to Signal.
Thank you so much for having me.
I love
Oh,
murders in the building. It's so.
oh my
different.
God, I
Funny.
understand.
Cliffhanger. I mean, there's so many things about it. Like, can you tell me how you got involved with that?
I gotta move on. I'm getting myself in so much trouble. I'm such an attention whore. I really am, though. Like, I have to admit, I've yet to meet anyone that's more of an attention whore than me. Like, I'm willing to answer bots just for the attention. I'm willing to come on a platform that has like 40% fake viewers when you go live. Because I'm that lonely. Hello, by the way. How are you? Mr. Fridge, I see you. How are you? How's that guy doing? I've always wondered how that guy's doing. Millie Squire, welcome to the broadcast. Oh, and I'm done with Tate McRae. Because I think she's got a boyfriend. And he's really, like, the only thing more unattractive to me than a woman that's not into me. Like, if she's not into me, I'm not going to be into her. Makes life simple. Makes it easy. You know? I'm pretty new to Bigo. Yeah. Hello. The only thing that's more unattractive to me than a woman that's not into me is a woman that, well, I'll admit, had is a little up in the air. Interested is definitely a concern. But when they have a boyfriend that's not attractive, or a boyfriend who's like totally, give you an example. There was this young lady who, to this day, my goodness, I find her to be one of the cutest, most beautiful women I've ever met. Truly. And we kissed at Jesus Camp. And it was one of the biggest, well, there was a second one I kissed at Jesus Camp. It was a different year. Totally different year. But, oh my gosh, oh my goodness, I had butterflies for this chick for a while. And she had like a boyfriend and everything. And he ended up being like a drug dealer and some rich guy who, now it's like, I gobble that shit up. But like during that time, I was just this nothing. Like, I couldn't even fake how tiny I was. And so she wasn't that into me. But, she moved on, grew up, moved beyond that scumbag. And he's not a scumbag, but we're going to go based on, like pretentious opinion. Anyway. And moved on to one of my own, little Irish boy. But, bro, okay, so like I got my imperfections. I'm smart enough to know that I got to fix this shit up and get a nose job and everything. I'm gonna do it. Don't worry. But it always confuses me. Does anyone else get confused when a really attractive woman gets with an ugly guy, especially when they don't have money? Like, love might exist. If love exists and it's not insanity, that's where it's at. I think that is where love definitely exists. At the easiest place to find love, if you're looking for it, is a woman who's stunning and is paired with a very ugly man who is not financially successful. And he's not, and she's not crazy, you know, or like super codependent or anything. Because that's got to be love. Like, why else would they be together? Like, why would she be with him? Why would he want to be with her? Like, I mean, okay, I'm gonna tell you from okay. So like, I don't identify as male. I got a male body, and most people like fucking, you know, think that way. So we're gonna play with it, and I don't mind. I'm not a freaking extremist. So like, as a physical male, I do not want to be seen unless I'm actually in love, and like I love them, and I'm not just in love emotionally, but I also love them like on a principle basis with a woman more attractive than me. If I'm not rich. Unless I was really like, because it's like, you're not standing out in a good way, and you're also not blending in. I mean, could the sex be that good? Maybe. I don't know. But I could tell you that I have had some really good sex, and I could tell you that the best sex I've ever had is not enough to keep me around if it's not the right thing, you know? But I am also learning and coming to find out that most people consider these types of traits to be feminine or female, which in my mind is very like, I feel like archaic is the wrong word, but like underdeveloped as a mindset. But like, for real, like, I want you to think about that. Attributing social aspects to a gender like that. Like, you're really boxing yourself in at that point. And then you got people with like problems, and they're like, it's because you're not forcing your... Okay, so there was a day where we were smart enough to finally figure out that we shouldn't break children's hands when they don't write with their right hand. Right? Do me a favor, take that topic and sweep it across the board. It actually is all the same. Inconvenient, I know, because society's kind of built up in a different way. But it is what it is. It's not my fault that y'all fucked up. It's not my fault that you guys were like, we're just going to fake it till we make it, and it didn't work out. You know? So like, we're going to go head back to normal now and just keep moving forward. My name is Steph. Welcome to Feed Peace. What's your name? And how do you identify? Where are you from? All the good stuff. Let me know. I've been live streaming for a long time. I love you. I have died for you. I have gone to prison for you. I have lost my family for you. I have guilted you into trying to like me by telling you all these things that I've done for you. I'm lonely. Love me. And that's pretty much it. Bottoms up. And I did have time to like get my rationale straight, and I realized that I'm actually a disastrously generous person, like almost Jesus level, minus the perfection piece. So like, I kind of had to dial it back. I'm not on board for being murdered. I'm not. So, and he already did that. So like, I'm done. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm. Can we just do the part where I get rich and famous and don't have to pretend like I'm a saint? Because I'm not. I'm generous, but I'm fucking poor and hungry, and I want my shit. So, because I am, real. Don't enigmatize me, please. Keep me down to earth. I like it here. I really like it here. Elena, hi. How are you? Diksha, thanks for the hearts. Thanos, thanks for the hearts. And I'm guessing the probability is the people that are actually giving me hearts and being nice to me right now are people that are just like, oh, wow, that's an attractive American boy. I don't understand anything he's saying, but follow. You guys are making me need a Pop-Tart. I don't know what Hare Krishna is. I like Merry Christmas. I've been seeing TikToks on TikTok. I've been seeing TikToks that say, it's not even cold in here, but it's nice and warm. It makes me feel safe. Oh, what happened? What happened was, congratulations. You've been streaming for more than 10 minutes, and you are doing better than 80 to 90% of the new hosts. Look forward to seeing you becoming a superstar in Beagle Live. Thank you. My request is for you guys to go hunting. I need you to find me a leader of a group. I need to become a host. I need to become an official host. Please? So that I can suck the blood of my victims. I need to make money. And that requires me to be a host. And that was also a vampire joke because I put the blanket over me like it's cape. But yeah. Did I just lose 20? Did I scare you guys? I'm sorry. I'm trying to be cute. It's like scary people find me cute nowadays. But I digress. Little people are scared of me now. But I'm not bad. I promise. I'm really not. I start seeing some of my counterparts that are on my level, and I'm just I'm trying to help everybody be nicer, which is totally not my job at all. But it's kind of a humanitarian thing. It's kind of just me seeing how beautiful and amazing our creation is right now, and how I want it to be even better. And I'm just I'm in my own lane trying to do my own thing while setting the example, but I'm also getting emotionally attached to some of these people. And so I'm oh, fuck. And I don't know how to not tell people what to do because they don't know how to not tell me what to do. And so we're getting bossy with each other, but we don't even talk, and I don't even really, you know what I mean? Awkward. Love me. This guy loves the broadcast. Thanks, this guy. How about that guy? Where's that guy? Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words could never hurt me, says Anisha. Yes, I agree. Thank you, Anisha. Say hello if you love me. Thanks for the follow. If you don't love me, I'm not mad at you, but I am hurt. But at least you've affected me in some way, right? Sia, welcome to the broadcast. Hi. How are you? I got apple juice today. Oh, y'all. Apple juice. I love apple juice. Oh, that was outside. I haven't smoked in a couple of days, and I'm trying to quit cold turkey, right? And I've reached that point of master level frustration. You know? I'm ah! And I've done it before. I went a few weeks. I was fine. I went a month, I think. And I was man, this is awesome. And then I saw some redheaded dude. I still remember him to this day. He had this freaking, he had this clover tattoo on his arm. And he pulls out a pack of Lucky Strikes and he goes, "You want one?" I go, "Hell yeah, I do." Literally, I was acting like I never smoked before. And then he sees me. He's he pulls out a Lucky Strike. And I'm just yeah. I just leaned up against a little brick wall with him and started smoking. And that was that. I make my own orange juice. Isn't she pretty? I make my own orange juice. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I always do. I am the captain and I miss my crew. My name is Step. How about you? Passion, welcome to the podcast. I have to do the dishes at some point. Please remind me. Don't let me forget to do dishes. We had room inspections today, and I did good because they didn't find any drugs. Because I don't do drugs, but they were like super sketched out. It's kind of fucking. I'm sorry. It was actually really hilarious. They like went through the room and everything, and they didn't find anything, obviously. But they're just like so suspicious. They're like, "You haven't come out in a couple of days," and it's I'm like, "Yeah, I got a phone." That's pretty much all I had to say. You know, the rest was like self-explanatory. But yeah, like we're finally coming to the point where I don't have to say again, what part of I'm not supposed to be here do you guys not understand? Like we've finally gotten past that. Like people are finally like, oh shit, we've really, really fucked up. I'm like, don't worry. I told God to fuck off. I'm gonna take care of it. And he said, okay. Or God said, take care of it. I'm like, all right. I'm taking care of it. It's already taken care of, actually. When I don't have a phone in my hand, I can be really fucking productive. But I also get used. So it's my turn to use myself. Blah, blah, blah. Do you want to build a snowman? Do you want to come and play? I can pwn you anywhere. You'll get caught in my snares. I can do this all day. I'm not as fast as Sabrina Carpenter, but I'm working on it. Wow. How am I doing? Cat goes, tell us about your journey. Which one? I can't even believe I exist. Like, when I look at the things I've done, I don't even believe it. Even I don't believe it. That's why it's like I'm not believable when I talk about it. Like, younger me would be like, oh, I recognize you, so, like, I know you did it. But, like, how? Then I'd just be like, oh, man, I don't know. You just do. You just like, you live or die. That's pretty much how it is. It's like you just evaluate your own personal capabilities and then challenge yourself like one step further than what you're capable of. And you will evolve. You will literally like survive and adapt through natural evolution, like natural selection. Just don't go past the point. Like when you get to a point where you know you actually might die, like if you recognize your own mortality, which I have like 2 or 3 times in my life, slow down, step back. At that point, take 5 steps back and freeze for like a year and just let yourself recuperate and then just go and then just keep going. Yuki, welcome to the broadcast. Konnichiwa. Domo arigato. Keiru, welcome to the broadcast. How are you? Harry, welcome to the broadcast. Omar. I've been getting a lot of Japanese people and a lot of Vietnamese people, which is new for me, very new. Asians are very new. And black people. I've never had black people. I've had Latinos. I've had all other types of people except for pretty much, like I said, Asians and black people. It's pretty much like the only people that have never been in my broadcasts or like, you know, in the statistics of it at least. I've even had, yeah, pretty much all around the whole world I have. Like even like the middle of nowhere Russia in the snow. I'm not talking about mainstream Russia. I'm talking like the Trans-Siberian Railway area, like above Azerbaijan, like middle of nowhere. But black people just never took to me until now. Nor did Asians. We just never crossed paths really, I guess. But now they're everywhere. And so like they're in my content now too. They're like in my statistics. Billy the Fridge, thanks for liking the broadcast. Gangsta, welcome to the broadcast. Also, I think another reason why I've had so many haters over the years, they're finally over it because like COVID kind of gave everybody like a wake up call to stop being a dick. Is like I'm so sloppy. Like I'm getting better, but I think we can all admit that I've been sloppy, you know, which is fine. But it just made them mad that like I was actually continuing to progress while being like a socially debaucherous mess. And like not in the Britney Spears fashion, not in the like I'm fashionably psychotic. You know, I was just fucked up. I didn't do drugs, I didn't drink. I wasn't mentally ill. I was just stupid. And I didn't care to get any smarter at that point. I just realized that there was a lot of progress I could make and I didn't need to get any smarter to continue making that progress. So like I kind of like intellectually plateaued. Which I don't regret because I kind of let my life catch up with how smart I was. And then I kind of got a little dumb because I got a little complacent. And then I got the people out of my life that were causing me to be complacent. And now I'm here. And I'm literally like my brain is starting to light back up. Like I'm coming back to life. Utine, welcome to the broadcast. How are you? And it's like all these people around me could see how smart I was, and they were just assuming that I was tapping into the amount of intelligence that I do have. And I wasn't. I never realized I wasn't. But as I'm starting to tap back into my smarts, I'm doing everything I could to keep myself calm in like the overall sense. I can get excited, but I'm just trying to stay happy. I was very proud of myself yesterday because I had some people get me a little frustrated. But then I noticed like within an hour, I had calmed down. Am I doing something wrong that you guys aren't loving me right now? Like there isn't anybody talking to me and I feel like I'm doing am I entertaining? Am I serious? I have a real question. Like am I entertaining to the point where you guys are like more in tune listening than even having a desire to like have a conversation? Like am I your TV right now? Be honest with me. Because if I am, I'm doing really, really, really good. Palmyra, welcome to the broadcast. Thanks for the hearts. The little gift box on the bottom is moving. It's kind of cute. Thank you, Palmyra. Thank you, Dizzy. Yes, I agree. And I want to make you guys aware. I want to make you all aware that you do not have to be concerned for like my privacy or my anonymity or any of that kind of stuff. My sister used to say to me, you're going to end up like John Lennon. No, John Lennon like literally fought the system. Okay. Like there's a reason he got shot. Like that's not a JFK thing. Like JFK was iffy. He shouldn't have been shot. I don't think that John Lennon should have been shot, but like he was really, really fucking with shit. And like just like there's a difference between trying to make change and actually like trying to burn shit down. And I'm gonna be totally random. Dizzy goes, not entirely, believe it or not. Let me get to that. See, you're. I appreciate you. Um, yeah, John Lennon was like actually trying to burn shit down, which people thought I was trying to do that at first, and I wasn't. And it took them like, I'd say 2 or 3 years to like get comfortable with me and accept, like, okay, he's on our side, we can calm down now. Like, didn't have to go through all this, but I suppose I have learned about your part of the culture where you make precautionary measures. And I realized that I'm much more of a precautionary person than I thought I was. Alicia, welcome to the broadcast. Sweet G, welcome to the broadcast. Realizing that, like, the first 18 years of my life were pretty much prep for now. So I guess I am a slightly preparatory person. I hope noises don't bother you. I'm trying to be cute. Oh my goodness. Somebody gave me my own ETM. That's why I call it an electro, or an electrotransference meter. It's just a light bulb. It's the lamp is like half broken. So like the electricity comes through in an interesting way. It's like when there's energy transference, it flickers and whatnot. And so like actually it's like, if you ever heard of an EMF reader, I'm using it as like a makeshift EMF reader for like the frequencies that come through the phone. They say never wish away your past experiences because they make you who you become today. Yes. Thank you. I agree. I do absolutely agree that is a big piece of what makes us who we are in the moment, is our past. Now, who we choose to be and who we are going to be, we have a lot more power over that than sometimes we believe we do. DC, welcome to the broadcast. Mikey, welcome to the broadcast. So yeah, I have a lot of fun with this. And also is like, I try to educate the public. I don't try to just like leave people out in the cold. I try not to go too far. I've learned that like teaching people too much is like giving a baby a handgun. Like if you teach people too much too quick, or if they're just, teach them stuff they're not capable of. But, I try to be helpful. I guess for me, like for the things that I've taught people, I've never, like, I came at it with the mind that I have, not with their mind, right? And in my mind, innocent and naive, like, oh, well, I use this way, this is a good thing. Well, I'm not the guy that ever thought of using a paperclip to open a door, if you catch my drift. So, oops. I'm sorry for giving the guy a paperclip. I've learned my lesson on giving the guy the paperclip, that then they turn around and use it to get in your door. So when I meet that guy and I see him, I don't only not give him a paperclip, but I make sure he don't come near my room. There's so many paths that we could stumble on that could take us so many different routes to life. Absolutely. I'd have to say the biggest thing I've learned through being in fear, not being in fear, being in the lead, not being in the lead, all the different positions of society that I have experienced, which may not have been many compared to some people that I haven't met yet, or had enough experience with, I suppose, is that as opposed, I don't want to just say that it's all relative. It is, for the most part. It's that you, how do I say this? No matter what position you're in, you just gotta be yourself. Do it your way, no matter where you're at in life, no matter what you're thinking, no matter what you're feeling. Do it your way. Do not curb yourself for the people around you unless it's going to cause you death or serious injury. Or incarceration. You sound like a podcaster. I love your podcast. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. I do not do the audio only. I will have that eventually. I'm going to leave that to people. Like, I'll probably end up on a team at some point. What do you call it? I'll probably end up on a team at some point. I'm looking to become a host. I gotta find like a team to join, or waiting for them to recruit me. They were doing that before with me, but I don't know where they went. I guess they're afraid I'm gonna make another account or be gone again, but I'm sorry, I can't help the way my life is right now, but what I can tell you is me being in your group for a month or two will probably get you further along than if I was never there at all. But, I'll probably end up getting people to actually work with. Maybe I'll check Craigslist after this, but, people don't even post that stuff anymore, but people that understand how to do podcasting and all that, I kind of understand, but I don't want to do it. I'd rather work with somebody who'd be willing to do my digitals, that'd be willing to put all that work in and do that kind of stuff, and just either take the pay or take a cut of it, or just be on the team and, want to ride that wave of success with me, that I've earned, and have them come along for the ride. I'll be totally straightforward with you. I'd give them access to all that stuff because I don't even give a fuck. If they even ran off with the passwords or the data or did I lose $1 million? I literally, if I was sitting with $50,000 a year for the rest of my life, I'd be like, that dumb motherfucker lost. Because somebody like that ain't gonna know what to do with $1 million. So just let them go fuck themselves off. I got $50,000 a year till the day I die. But what I do next to $50,000 a year, figure out how to make more money, or create world peace, spread world peace, whatever. But I'm comfortable, and that's all I need. And that's why I keep getting more. And people don't seem to understand that concept. It's they're like, how on earth do you keep doing this? You're supposed to be fucking dead. People usually say that about themselves, but we're saying that about you. I'm not supposed to be dead. First off, my brother is supposed to be dead. You're welcome. I am comfortable with death. Me and death are good buddies, and I don't mind death. So it makes it much easier living on that precipice of understanding and recognizing and romancing the entire reality that is our existence, to kind of morph and shape my life into what I want it to be. It's I don't necessarily say esoteric, but it is it's like an existential existence with the self. It's that you are more than your body, but you respect your body in such a way that you recognize your physical existence to be the epitome of what you should focus on expounding and, putting your existential energy into growth for, evolving oneself within the short time span we have in this body, to become as much as you possibly could. Is what I believe in, and what I try to do with myself. I will say, I was watching TikTok, and I saw The Rock posted a TikTok. Dwayne Johnson, he's an American wrestler, or was a wrestler. Now he's an American actor and businessman. And he posted himself in a football stadium, and he let go of a drone, and the drone went to fly away. And I read the comment, and I don't know if the comment said this because I didn't see the whole thing, I saw like 3/4 of it. But what I gathered from it and what I decided to stick with, and what I'm going to tell you guys, I'm not saying it's exactly what was in the post because I didn't see the whole thing, is that you might not always, and I'm paraphrasing, you might not always want to wish like to get to the actual completion of your biggest goals and dreams, because like once you do, it's like, what do you do with yourself? Well, me personally, my biggest goals and dreams have always been smaller than my actual personal drive and motivation. So like I got to a point of enlightenment in my life of like this pinnacle of nirvana, and my goal was to get rich and famous. So I'm kind of like, I'm stepping back down the ladder to live where I want to live, and that's exactly was always my goal. I don't necessarily believe in like the perfection of things, but I do believe in perfection of self. Right? I don't necessarily understand the standardized perfection, but I do believe that I have perfected myself to the greatest level possible, at least on my core, into the core of who I am. Right? So it's not like I'm perfect, but I'm perfectly me, if that makes any sense. Like my next, like the goals that I have moving forward are to step into the minutia, what I would call the minutia of life, into the mainstream of life, and be like the land with the stream against it. Like allow the erosion to pull off the parts of me that aren't meant to stay, right? And whatever is the strongest of who I am will be what shines through as I build this career. But my recommendation to you is, to become your best self. I would say that after becoming the most that I could imagine to be, that I technically, I don't want to say I cheated that part of the system, but like, I got to flip over to another piece of things in society, to another form of society. But I just, I don't like this is what I'm trying to tell you. It does circle back to the whole conversation about death. It's like, I don't feel like negative or whatever, because it's like, to me, death is a friend. For real. I'm not bragging to say that. I'm being serious. Like, to me, death is a friend. And so that feeling that I have when it comes to death is like feeling death close to me is a comforting feeling, because it helps me to maintain awareness of my morality, if that makes any sense. Knowing that I could die at any moment, it doesn't give me a feeling of being alive, because I'm not an adrenaline junkie necessarily. Like I'm not unstable or unhealthy in that fashion. But I like to know the feeling of the entirety of my existence, and part of that is the continual recognition of my own mortality. It not only keeps me on my toes, but keeps me humble, that no matter what I do gain, I don't lose myself in the accomplishments, especially wherein most of anything that I could gain, at least in this country, it doesn't necessarily just belong to me. Like even the food that I'm eating is in part coming from taxpayers. Like people that are like, you guys are keeping me alive, and thank you for that. For real. I know it's lame and nerdy to say that, but I don't fucking care what you think about me. So I'm telling you, thank you for making sure that I'm alive. It means a lot, But and it's ironic, because the same people that fucked my life up are the same people who are feeding me now. But I hope you feel better about yourselves now, knowing you did the good thing, whether on purpose or on accident. Cat goes, he's Samoan. Yeah. Victor, what's up? How are you? Dwayne Johnson is Samoan. I'm not Samoan. I'm Norwegian. Okay, so it's like, there's like Polish in there. I'm Scottish. I say Norwegian and try to, for the most part, keep it at Norwegian, because like that is originally, literally just like 2 generations ago, not even, where my family came from, is Norway. Like I'm almost full blood Norwegian. But then the thing is, my dad was more of a mutt, and so like, but not from all over, just like a mutt in the sense like that my OG, like pure blood Norwegian family would call a mutt, meaning the part of the people from, like, my dad ironically originally came from Norway. Even my dad did. I took a DNA test to see, even on my dad's side, that initially that my dad's side of the family came from the same like area that my mom's side of the family had come from in Norway, and they like literally met back up, which is fucking insane. But they didn't do the family name any justice. Like we come from actual Norwegian royalty, which is kind of fucking cool. But they didn't do them any justice. But my dad comes from the part of the family that had migrated down into Poland, and like my mom's side, so like my grandma originally from Norway is like OG Norwegian. This is now I'm letting you guys know this is what I found in my DNA tests. All right, I was told something different, but the DNA test said what I'm telling you. And then my mom's side of the family had then part of the family migrated down and settled Wales, and then came over to America. I guess like they migrated south. Was it France or Spain? I don't know. They got to that coast, and then they came over here. And they were like my actual, was it my grandfather or great grandfather? He's French, like part French, because he originally comes from Norway, but then they have Polish in the blood, but like they were majoritatively French at the point where they then it was like during World War II or something, like with Hitler and everything, like they were literally up in there with them, and then I guess they fled when they knew, like I guess they like knew the war was going to be over before even, and they came over to America, and then I ended up in a trailer, and then they ended up here. Hi, how are you? I'm fucking weird. Okay, it's not my fault. I tried to get people to accept me for the longest time, never worked. So, I fit in with the misfits, and even the misfits are like, "Fuck you," which really sucks. But I'll be fine eventually. Thanks for joining the broadcast. How are you, Christine? Thanks for the follow. If you're brand new to the broadcast, please make sure to say hello. My brain is turning on again. I'm having verbiage from like 7 years ago that has been suppressed and attacked. That I'm finally able to like I'm starting to be able to get my words out again, and I'm going to be able to like talk like a normal person again soon. Thankfully, like you give me a couple of months of actually recuperating, you guys are literally going to watch my transition into health, and then the people that have helped me regain my health and the places that have been willing to help and house me and all that, they'll get a lot of good credit, for recuperating me. And it'll be like literally digitally documented that I have recovered. So that's one hell of a fucking success story. But this is what I've been looking for, is people who, have a good enough heart to actually not just fuck up my situation or look for an excuse to fuck up my situation, or like try to fuck up my situation on a loophole, or like, oh, you didn't do this right, or you whatever, like, also things getting to a point that anybody that tries to fuck me off ends up being fucked off. And listen, here's what happened. There's a lot of good people that finally saw, there's some pretty high up people that saw like, holy shit, not only did this kid go through all this, but he's still alive. And I kind of begged them to look out for me, and so they are. So I'm just fucking, finally safe for like the first time in my life. And I'm not being an asshole about it, Like I got my own power within myself. I got more authority than I got power, I would say, societally speaking. But I made a lot of fucking friends who have a shit ton of power. And then I have, I understand, just because of my background and my upbringing, I had a lot of pressure growing up that I had to be very strict. And I was, I really understand how things work in those ways. So, I have these big fucking crazy ass people looking at me. I'm like, holy fuck, I'm nobody. But like I said, I was raised and taught how to do things the right way, and so I try to keep power out of my hands for the most part because I'm a dick. But I like the authority because it makes sense for me to keep the authority because I'm actually pretty good with it. But when it comes to power, I love delegating power because I'm a fucking idiot on a personal basis. And when people piss me off, it's best that I don't have power. And not a lot of power to me is rich and, to be rich and famous. Because it's like, you're not necessarily in control, if you catch what I'm saying. Like, you can make your own decisions, but realistically, you have to think about a lot more people when you make your decisions. And for me, when I have to think about a lot of people when I make my decisions, I'm more prone to just delegate that power and make sure that I make healthier decisions. It's kind of like the premise of, somebody just fucking off and being irresponsible because they don't have anything to do. But when you give them responsibilities, they get responsible. I'm definitely one of those people. So I've been given responsibility. And thus it's made me at least minutely responsible because I still to this point do not have nearly as much responsibility as I should have. That's mostly because I'm not like all cleaned up yet. Also their own faults. So fuck you. But yeah, I'm amazed, honestly, at like the compassion of some people. Like there are people that are really hindering my ability to move faster. They're still alive. I can't even believe they're being kept alive. Like, some of these people are definitely nicer than me. Like, I'm not a psychopath, but like, I'm also like in recognition of how many people are like dying that shouldn't be dying. And then there's people being kept alive that are fucking not productive. Like, I'm not even saying bad or good. I'm just saying, like, who are not serving an appropriated purpose. Like, it's just like what we would call corruption. So I'm very glad to have had the opportunity to pass through some of those different corrupted spaces. Because when I go somewhere, it usually shines quite a light. Sometimes not all at once, but over time. And regardless of whether or not I stay in said place, it happens either way because I went there. But it's been a fucking journey, and I'm impatient at this point. With things not being where they really should be for me. But it's fine. Just keep taking it one day at a time. For example, if some of these motherfuckers were not being permitted to continue to steal our oxygen and fuck up our shit and steal our tax dollars, I'd be opening up a broadcast to 300, 400, 500 people right now instead of 150. And even that was kind of a pun. Not a pun, but like a joke. And if you guys hear me, if you're new, I just want to give you a heads up. I make a lot of inside jokes. Like 9 out of 10 jokes that I make will be inside jokes. And if you don't get them at the first, that's fine. Stick around long enough. You will get on board. You'll be in the know, and you won't feel left out. And you're not left out. I want you to feel welcome. I want you to stick around. And people used to have a lot more to say in my broadcasts. Now it's just fucking, my life's gone places and everybody wants to play story time. Everybody wants to have me sit here and talk to them. So I feel like a fucking old man. I really do. But that's all right. I mean, it's literally been 5 years tops? Tops? I can't believe this, man. I've seen the whole fucking country. I've seen places in this country people don't even know exist. I shit you not. And I'm not just talking about government lockdown facilities or blah blah blah. No, I've seen parts of the country that aren't on the map because for one of a plethora of reasons, either because Google Maps just at that point wasn't doing the whole LiDAR thing, or it's protected land, or rich people don't want it on the map, which is also a thing, by the way. If you have enough money, you can keep your home off of Google Maps, which is kind of fucking cool. So like, I've gone through the mountains in some places and gone through these areas that are like roads that people don't even go on anymore. And it's not legally private land, but it's been so long since the public even knew the road was there that it's like considered private land. So like, what I'm saying is I almost got arrested on a felony trespassing charge, and they're like, this is federal land. I'm like, here's the code that says it's not. It wasn't, so I was fine. But yeah. Anyway, our country is really fucking cool. If you ever get a chance to go through the Colorado Rockies, highly recommend it. Make sure that you have a proper vehicle. Do not do it like I did. All right. Now, this is, I was alone. I was by myself. And I do have extensive driving capability. Okay. My driving ability is absolutely off the charts. So do not try this at home, kids. But I drove through the Rockies in the winter with a 2-wheel drive sedan in the snow. I should say ice. It's fucking amazing. I got to go on roads that are normally blocked off, but don't have, the things that they put on the road for when the storms get bad. So I got to see a lot of cool stuff. I'm sitting here trying to pull out my ass some stories I could remember. See if I remember anything. I had a lot of cool stuff. I just don't feel like going through round 2 of jealous lowlives, spending hours acting like middle-aged. Almost went there. Almost. I don't have to explain any of this to my day ones. You guys know exactly what I'm talking about. That was some fucked up shit. Like, excuse me for sharing about my life. That's kind of the whole point of vlogging. I cannot tell you how many people put me to the test thinking I was full of myself. People are fucking assholes. Like, you don't have to not tell people the cool shit you did. If you feel unheard, go tell your stories. You don't have to fucking come at me like I'm some dickwad for telling mine. If I want to tell my stories, I'm going to tell my fucking stories. It's how I make money. It's not about making it about me. I would like to think that the past couple of years of my life have proven that. As I had said, that it was never about me. I may be an attention whore, but it's because I like the feeling of attention. I'm not actually self-centered. Big fucking difference. So if you've never heard of causation correlation, Google it while I go and I get ready to do dishes. And don't forget to follow, please and thank you. Thank you for helping me process my drama. Oh, look at that. I have a little bit of real food left. Should I eat it? Let's see. That's something else I learned in prison. How to save food. If If you're on the street and you think you're starving and you ain't never been to prison, you best shut the fuck up. You want to starve? Now, this is if you don't have affiliations. Go to prison. You will starve if you do not have money coming in. I can't even tell you how much weight I lost. I'm going to talk about macular degeneration. I lost more muscle locked up than I did on the street. I came out way stronger, but I was really fucking skinny. And I only got stronger because I worked out. And see, they were fucking awful to me. I never got no, and I don't want to. You know, don't make me eat my fucking words. The time I did was technically county time. Technically, like facility-wise, the way the facility was run was essentially county. So I don't know if you ever heard this. People will tell you if you ask, but county time is, as they say, county time is way worse than prison time, and I believe it. Can't necessarily say that I kind of know the difference, but like not long enough for it to matter. All I'm gonna say is like, if you've ever held your breath long enough to get dizzy, and I mean dizzy, right? So like you go to walk and you're like, ooh, that is how I felt coming out of the facility for like a month. Fucking dazed, confused, and like wobbly, literally. Light sensitivity, everything, you name it. I was like in my past, in a part of my life that I'm still not I'm really not at a point where I can share it with you guys. Like I've been tortured, like real life tortured, and jail was worse. Now that also has to do with my own personal endurances. Like I can handle physical pain a lot better than like, you know, the mental shit I've had to get good at. I was really mentally weak when I was young. I had to become mentally strong. And I did. But jail was worse than being waterboarded. Personal experience. I'm telling you for a fact. Jail is hell. People that enjoy it are supposed to be there. Like, I want you to think about it this way. If somebody enjoys jail, do you want them around your children? Do you want them at work with you? Do you want them, you know, like, I know I don't. Not personally. So firsthand, I will tell you that incarceration is death. And not the type of death that's like, you know, I want to say it's more chaos than it is death. It's like organized chaos is the best way I can describe incarceration. It's like people do things and not really have like a reason. Like they have a reason, but it's just so, you know, like everything's so concentrated, so the discipline and the personal wherewithal is much lower. People's patience are much more, you know, their patience is more thin. And like they bottle down that fear like a hell of a lot, and they, you know, try to be, you know, I gotta be tough. No offense, but like what good is it being tough if you're gonna end up doing something that keeps you in there way longer? And then they'll tell you, and this is a ploy, this is for anybody, if you're facing incarceration, or like if you paid bail and you're about to go, I'm gonna give you a quick heads up if you've like never been in there. I'm gonna tell you straight, I don't care what you've experienced, don't listen to anybody that's been before. I've been in the advanced shit. And the advanced shit, like, I went places where they actually had, like, technology and shit.
All right, and then, no, it's not like the Air Force, or they don't. It's not like some cushy version of the fucked up shit. It was worse. It was actually worse than the old school stuff, because I've seen that too. They have the technology, but like they're more articulate about how they fucking sectionalize you psycho-emotionally, into the typeset of personality they want you to become in order to come out into society just to do what the fuck they want you to do. All right? And you might have a problem with that. Welcome to society, okay? So, like, if you don't want to be treated that way, grow the fuck up. Don't put yourself in a position where it's going to happen to you. And I'm saying that I haven't been through it. That's how I'm going to say it. I went through it. I'm telling you, grow the fuck up. Me personally, I went through it because I chose to. It was either go through it or someone else that I cared about was going to go through it. That person would have died. At this point, I have to admit to you, the God's honest truth, I don't give a fuck. I wish that I felt then how I do now. I would have just let them die. I didn't. I thought I was doing the right thing. Sometimes putting yourself out there for somebody can be the wrong thing. It really could be. Like, sometimes, and I've had this personally, sometimes the person you save ends up becoming the bad guy, or the bad woman, or the bad person, whatever. They end up becoming the monster. And the person I saved ended up becoming a monster. And to this day, I regret saving them. I really do. It was the wrong thing to do. And people are like, no, saving somebody is always the right thing to do. You try to do the right thing. What about all the victims that they're having now? What about all the shit they're doing that I can't, I could never prove. And I don't even, I don't even involve myself anymore, Like, I could never prove it. I feel partially, like, responsible for all the shit they're doing now, even though it's not my fault and I can't be held responsible. It doesn't change that I feel like it's my fault because I didn't just say fuck off and go do my own thing, So my recommendation to you on top of that, like I said, is when you get incarcerated, if you're facing incarceration, you're going to go to prison or to jail or what have you, is just stay out of trouble. Don't fight. Seriously, don't be an idiot. I'm not kidding you. When you get into a fight, I cannot tell you how many extra charges I've seen people get. See, even people leave, they're like, I don't want to hear that. I fight this and that. I'm going to fight. I'm a man. No, you're a fucking retard. Excuse my language. I know that's going to get me fucking lose points in the media. Well, so be it. The point of the matter is, you guys know how I was raised. Excuse me for not being totally all the way mentally there yet. I'll get there. I don't have the intent or the mentality with the words that I just used. I'm just not entirely mature yet. And if you don't want to make an excuse for me, you can fucking disappear. Because at this point, I actually deserve a fucking excuse. Not to keep fucking up. Not on purpose. But, just, God, if you're going to hold me to that, at least make me actually rich and famous first. Before you hold me to the standards of the rich and famous. Kind of how it's supposed to go. But I was held to the standards of the rich and famous far before I was rich and famous. Which was really fucked up. And not fun. Because you will get an extra charge in prison if you do, or in jail. If you do get into a fight, you do cause problems. I can't tell you how many, both in the old school facility and in the technologically advanced facility, I'm telling you, you will end up with a bigger rap sheet. You will end up, I've seen people that were in for, they were going to be out 2 or 3 months, got in a fight, and ended up, that they're staying because they got assault charge. Multiple. I'm serious. I would say 7, 8, 9 different charges I've seen added, to people's rap sheets, different people, during the time that I was in there. It happens easy and quick. So that people are like, oh, you're an enemy to the game because you're not, why are you help? That's different. If you're trying to teach people to actually make better decisions. I'm not telling people how to fight better. Before I would teach people how to defend themselves, which I didn't realize could go the other direction. So now I'm pacifistic about it and try to teach people how to just fucking calm down. What's the difference between jail and prison? Jail is essentially like detention. It's supposed to be a detention center. It's not really even supposed to be. I really should go to that piece of it. Jail. Let me do this real quick. I look weird either way, so we might as well go all the way. Yeah, you become heavily adaptable. Trust me, especially if you're trying to stay out of shit. How do I say this? And there's three types of con people. There's the coward, there's the rat, and there's the boss. Figure the fuck out who you're talking to before you run your goddamn fucking mouth. That's my recommendation. Moving on. The difference between jail and prison is that jail is essentially like, I'm really happy to see that the numbers aren't going down, that I actually have like strong people in the broadcast. Thank you. It's nice that people I can actually resonate with. I have to do the dishes. Just give me a minute. I'll talk to you guys real quick, and then I gotta do the dishes real quick. And yes, I'm trying to act like it's just totally normal to be. I'm not actually totally, what do you call it? Institutionalized. Mentally. Like, I'm good. Institutionalization is when like your brain is wired to live in jail. Like the first week or two after coming out, I was washing my clothes in the sink, and like bringing them out and everything. Talking about chi-chis and all, jail culture is so cool. Yeah, it's not that cool. Don't popularize it, because that's a great way to go back. Like if law enforcement sees you as a person that's willing to go back to prison or jail, you're going, because there's going to be somebody else who's going to be harder to get than you. And it's not like you don't already have their attention. I am the guy, like, I can't even tell you, literally, the shit that I did in there is now considered governmentally classified in the United States. I'm not making this shit up. You are not allowed to know, most of you, some of the shit that I did. And then, like, other stuff is, like, stuff that's not even accessible. Like, it's like, it would be considered classified, but it's not even, like, it's, like, pushed to the side, like, I didn't want people to know. Because, like, things were just that fucked up, and it would have gotten that much media attention. Not even fucking to mention how fucked up me going through that was to begin with. And, people are thinking that I'm the type of guy that's not going to turn around and squash that whole situation and, eat the extra. You best believe I fucking am. You were right about that. You should have fucked with me to begin with. But they're not going to have to find out, because I'm standing here in an appreciation factor of how much I've grown. So, I'm like letting it go. It's like, it's very confined in jail. Like, things are very like, it's just very condensed. I don't know how to say it. It's like everything you got just stuck in a box. All right. And like the tensions are really fucking high. A lot of people die. I had a dude that they tried to put in with me. He lasted, like, I never had anybody last more than like a couple of days. I think the longest anybody's ever lasted in the cell with me was a couple of weeks, for one reason or another. Most of the time, and vice versa. Me too. Like, I can't say that I gotta make sure that I say that both ways. I've had people that I didn't stay in the cell with. I make sure I couldn't stay in with, for my own reasons too. A lot of my reasons, to be totally honest, were I wanted to fucking murder him, and I know it would have. So I had to get moved. But I'm not a violent person, and then pushing people's buttons is one thing, but like, I had some people that, were like, I had one dude like actually try to rape me, like real talk, tried to rape me. And I got him off of me, and I made sure that he understood that I will dominate him if I have to. So essentially I was just like, look, this never happened, and I'm now going to find a way out of your cell, and you're welcome for getting you out of your charge. And then he did. He got released. So it is what it is. But now, I mean, for me at this point, like, people like that are fodder to the fire. I don't even fucking acknowledge your existence. For how much I've been fucked with, you guys do not understand how much I've had to fight for my life. The goddamn clue. And I've only just started to be more honest about that. I've really covered up a lot of what I've been through. And even with how much I've covered up of what I've been through, people are still like, you're saying too much. I'm like, I barely said shit. But in reference to prison is more like, you get there's a lot more to do. A lot of times there's like college programs and like trade programs. You can actually get out and about. But the thing about prison is that there's a lot less eyes on you. There's cameras, but like there's a lot more violence. Like, don't be surprised if you wake up in the morning, you look out your beanhole or your wicket. That's the window where they give you the food, and you see somebody getting stabbed out by the yard. Just don't be surprised, because it's a typical occurrence. Jail, it happens a lot less in jail, because believe it or not, jail. Okay, so jail is like the little thing. Jail is like where everybody goes to when when you get arrested, you go to jail. That's the jail, like your county jail, where you in the middle of your town, or usually by the railroad tracks, right? So they can load everybody on if shit went down. That's jail. A prison is usually out in the middle of nowhere, and then they got some that are in the city and this and that. But prisons are, like I said, they're now. I will say, now this is from what I've heard, is that jails like in the city are more like that they got a couple more eyes on the inside, like they're that it's less free roam. But that's the difference essentially. Like I said, ramen noodles are cheaper from what I've heard, because ramen noodles on the inside are like, in jail, I think they're like, I don't even remember the price. I think they're like $1 more. They're more than $1. I don't remember exactly. But then prison, I heard that they're like 80 cents, 90 cents. I have never seen 75-cent ramen noodles, but I have here in Los Angeles County. Which I was like, I've never seen ramen noodles that cheap on the outside, which is kind of cool. But, neither here nor there. Next question. While I have the courage to talk about this, because I will tell you guys that once this portion of my life is over, I can guarantee you I will never again be talking about jail, prison, crime. Like, it's not any part of my past. Like, you go back less than 3 years, and none of what I am talking about right now, or any of the demeanor I'm giving you within it, has been a part of my life. This is entirely an adaptation for survival over the past couple of years. Like, I was the baby of all babies before this, in these ways. Okay? So, like, I had to become one weird motherfucker to live through this. Like, and I don't mean weird in, like, a sense of, like, gay being weird or something. No, I just mean, like, I just really morphed into a different person that, like, nobody even recognizes. Not even me. When I look at myself, I'm like, what the fuck? So, like I said, I have to reform myself back into who I really am and what I know myself to be. So if you guys got anything, like I said, that means I have to leave all this in the past. So, I mean, I don't have to, but at least on an interpersonal basis, I'm not going to be, like, going through all this. So if there's anything you guys got, like, questions you have or things you want to know or anything, I would definitely ask now, because I guarantee you within the next month or two, you'll never get an answer from me on any types of questions you could ask about anything that happened in the last 3 years of my life. So I would ask them. Or you're not going to get answers. You will get lies. You know our government. You know how people on the internet are with rumors, and I can tell you most of the people I interacted with over the last couple of years, are not going to tell you the truth. They will not tell you the truth. I can guarantee you. I can fucking guarantee you. They will not tell you the truth. Chris goes, is that where you've been lately? No. I mean, yes and no, depending on your version of lately. I've also become very technical. Something else I learned in there. Be very accurate with your speech, depending on where you get locked up. I was at a maximum security facility, which was totally inappropriate. That's the other thing, like, people will do shit to me on, like, the most heinous basis to try, like, just as a way to make it that whenever it does come out, it sounds unbelievable. But the thing is, they ended up building a pathology and a pattern within my own personal life of what's been done to me that people have now picked up on that pattern and pathology of what's been done to me. That, do you know what I'm saying? Of, like, the heinous, and they're starting to be able to track that back to the people that have been doing it. And all I had to do was survive through that shit long enough. And now I'm getting my stipend, per se. I just start my fucking life and get to work. California's awesome. Would have been nice if you showed up at the mall like you said you were gonna. Waited a long time for you. Yeah, people are very particular on the inside. So, like, be very careful with your speech. And shout out to anybody from my past who I'm not currently talking to. If you shaped up and you're not with anybody else, whatever, or doing fucked up shit, like group-wise or individual-wise, whatever, don't really matter who, we just spread that across the board to even, the most concentrated to the most widespread, is if you ain't fucked up, I'll think about it. But you best get your shit in order to reach out to me real soon. You got less than 60 days to fucking reach out to me before I don't even look back. I've already made the decisions. You guys were there for that. That's over. I didn't get incarcerated for good reason. This is done. I'm giving you 60 days to fucking reach out to me so that I can be a dumbass and find some way to salvage the situation. If you don't, my common sense decision to go with my gut feeling and just say fuck off stays in place. What happened? Oh, and that's the other piece of it. People always fucking, oh, he's not serious. And then they fucking find out. No, it's fine with the shirt. No, what's it called? It just didn't fit over my head. So I went through and it tore a little bit. And I tore a little bit more because I was cold. Or because I was warm, I'm sorry. And so I tore it to this point. I'm just like, I'm just going to wear it like this. So I don't have a lot of clothes right now, so I make do with what I got. And also, like, out here in California, I can't even tell you the resources, like, abundant amount of resources are accessible. And not even to mention how much stuff you could just find on the side of the road just abandoned. Like, you could easily find $4,000 in clothing in a day if you just walk around. Not kidding. So, like, no, I'm not out there, so I'm not messing with the status quo of what's out there anymore. But when I was out there, I'm not kidding you. Like, there's a lot to be had. If you're just smart about it. If you're smart about it. If you're not smart about it, you're getting robbed. But be smart about it and you get some shit. Yeah. Prince, welcome to the broadcast. Alright, I'll do dishes. Y'all are gonna be here with me for a minute. Just give me a second. I gotta plug the drain.
Jessica, welcome to the broadcast. Yeah, I would take this off, but unfortunately, people are rude, and they'll let tits and vagina hang out, but I'm not allowed to be shirtless as a male. I've been banned for being without a shirt, and then proceeded to leave the broadcast that got banned to a screen with a naked Asian woman with her breasts very visible, nipples obvious, and just a blanket over her vagina with her legs open in front of it. But hey, who's counting? Adele, welcome to the broadcast. All right, I am gonna take care of this real quick. We got 2:41 of the broadcast. Thank you for being here. What do you call it? Make sure that you let me know that you're here. Just say something. And I'm waiting on a message, so I'm keeping this. So I want to take this off so I don't, but it's already fucked anyway. I gotta get the clothes. Oh, yeah, if you guys, and I will say to you, I'm also not going to be in a position where you're going to need to help me all that long. Oh, for all that long. So, if you want to help out, hit me up. Because I definitely need clothes. And, like, the thing is, in the position that I'm in, I'm really fucking with people's shit when I leave the property. You know? And I'm really trying not to. Just because, like, it's not safe out there and... You know, I'm kind of, I admit, I'm scared to go walk the street. I am. You know? So if there's anybody to be willing to, either if you could send gift cards, if you could give gifts in here, if you could send me clothes, anything like that. I just realized I don't have anywhere for you to send it to. Because you can't send it here. You know, if you're somebody that I've known for a while, you could hit me up. I might find a way to get it here if I could like talk to the staff. But if we're new to each other, I definitely need like clothes. I literally have like 2-3 pair of clothes. I'm not kidding. And it's not a good idea for me to go to any of these food banks or anything because the thing is, like, my level of exposure digitally, in a good way, was much higher than I thought it was. And slowly people around here actually already know who I am. Very good at pretending like they don't. Trying to make me look crazy because they're fucking assholes. But people know that. They're also, I think on the other end, trying to make me feel comfortable. You know, like, having me not be, like, scared. But also broadcasting on a third-party platform to like make myself look less legit. But, you know, I can't do the fake stupid shit much longer. I really can't, because I gotta, you know, be done with all this. But I'm scared. If you want the truth of why I'm going through it this way, I say I'm being responsible, and I am being responsible. I'm kind of scared, you know, because like this is. Where I'm at is kind of like what I've been working for my whole life. And like what I've been pushing to, like goddamn fucking Cinderella. You know? Ridiculous. Fucking ridiculous. So I'm nervous. I'm glad you guys are listening and appreciate you being here. But I am coming to that point where it'd be really nice if like my lady, she used to, I never even heard the word baby mama, by the way, until I got incarcerated. I don't know what a baby mama was. The fuck is a baby mama? You know, that was brand new to me. They're like, bro, you got a baby mama. I'm like, fuck, I do. And then come the end of it, I don't even know what the fuck happened. I don't even know what happened. I'm like, what kind of dumb art? Like, I went that far for your crazy ass, and you fucking left me to die? Just like that? You know? Like, I couldn't even
and after everything I worked for, and like I already knew where things were going. I guess she just didn't have that much faith in me, or like maybe she was scared or didn't give a fuck, or maybe it was fake the whole time. I don't know. I've been hearing things, and I've been shown proof actually that she had been a fan of mine and watching my content before we ever met. It kind of set up neat, and I haven't been told about it. Don't know if that's true. Don't really care. That person no longer exists to me, for the most part. But that's some fucked up shit. All I know is the life I'm living now, I ain't giving it up for anything. I'm not. I'll sooner make some pretty tough calls and then lose what I got here. Oh, and if anybody works for like warrants and stuff, do me a favor. Make sure that you reach out, because I can't do it. Because they're not smart enough to believe me, or their vendetta is too deep to be smart enough to fucking drop it. But if you got any pull, reach out if that warrant's still out there. Make sure they get rid of it before they get fucked off. Because it's a corruption thing. And they need to fucking drop that warrant because it's giving them too much fucking attention. They can't shut me down. They're not allowed. They know that now. And I'm about to actually get where I need to be. It's not going to be good. For any of them. One thing I don't want to become is a guy that is ruthless like that. I know some people are like, oh, that's a good way to be. My mom taught me different. Tell the God's honest truth, my mom taught me different. You know? And I can't even say my mom did, you know? And I mean, she did, but my pop taught me to walk away. So that's what I do. But if you walk out the building because they're picking on you in school, and you turn around and you see the school shooter going in there, you tell me you ain't gonna go back? Hell no, don't go back. But you're gonna want to, like, you know, let them know and say something. So I'm just like, the fuck are you doing? Like, you're inviting death to your doorstep by keeping that warrant out there. Like, it's not just my name that's attached to. Like, the point is that the name that's attached to that warrant, there are people that are attached to that name who are gonna fuck their shit up for having a warrant out in that name. They've already tried coming in my direction and, like, worked it out and be like, hey, you know, I explained myself. And they're like, oh, all right. So, like, that's the next place they're going to go. Like, serious is an understatement. I said, no longer my problem, but it's still going to fucking affect me. So tired of everybody's fucking drama, criminal bitch-ass drama, causing problems in my life. Anyway, and that's how not serious this is to me. Because I got my own shit. How many times you hear on the media or you hear people talk about, you know, you can choose your family, you can choose the people you fuck with. So I am. So don't tell me I can't. Don't tell me that how they are is who I am. Because it's not. And it never will be. Not either side of them. Not the corrupt, not the criminals that are on either side. Whether governmental or, you know, street. I don't associate at all. And not because I'm a better person, but because it's not my fucking lifestyle. It's not my problem. I don't have an interest. I want to go back to my life and the way that I know things. And I want to be left alone in that way. I don't want to be associated. Like, even with the industry I'm getting into, like, I literally, even if I like their music or whatever, if there's drugs involved and like excessive drinking or whatever, because of my own personal lifestyle choices and who I am, I won't even associate with it, let alone criminal type people. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not me thinking I'm better. It's literally a part of who I am and who I was raised to be. And part of honoring the people that raised me and honoring my own name is being the person that I was taught to be. Especially when I'm better at being that person and the person that I would be if I chose to be the person that they were trying to push me into being. It's pretty fucking bad too. Like, worse than someone that could be incarcerated. You know, there are people on this planet that are so bad you can't get away with keeping them in a box. At least not yet. You know, there's a day when there's a lot more criminals that couldn't be put away. But as technology advances and our intelligence, you know, our ability to grasp the knowledge that we do have, you know, be able to utilize it better, as that continues to improve, more people are getting put away like that. But the day's going to come for them too. You know, and that's on both sides. I'm not going to be there for that day. And I'm not going to get mixed up in the middle of what they got going on, whatever it might be. It's none of my business. It's not my life. It's not my problem. I was born and raised to be out of it. That was the whole idea. And I don't know who was dumb enough to try and involve me or put me back into all that trash. I hope to God they're dead by now. Best if they are. But there was a lot of work put into keeping me out of trouble. So whoever the fuck got me in trouble, they'll be dead soon if they're not dead already. For obvious reasons. I didn't choose to be a criminal. I chose to save a life. And I was called a criminal. And that doesn't make me innocent. But it definitely makes me not guilty. Whether you like it or not. This is the new pad. How do you like it? Sinette, welcome to the broadcast. James, welcome on. And people are like, aren't you afraid to say the things that you're saying? Like, of course not. Like, if I have to go OG mode, I know how. It's in my blood. But the whole idea is that I don't. And those people staying away from me is how I don't. They'll call me a fairy, they call me a pussy, they call me, you know, like, whatever. I'm twice as strong as they are when I'm twice as strong as they are when I don't even involve myself in any of that. And they know it. And then they'll poke and they'll prod until they learn. And then they leave me alone. But the problem is, they're not totally leaving me alone. And every moment that I let them have that little leverage, that little card out there, they think they're allowed to be doing it. And I already know they're not. And I already know they're fucked. But I don't want to be the guy to have to do something about it. You know? I'm not supposed to. It's their way of trying to pulling me back into that world that's already going to be dead in less than 10 years. Like, technology is going to fucking rip through our government in a very short time frame, very soon. So my point is, they need to get rid of the fucking warrant, and they need to leave me alone. And I need someone to reach out to me and let me know when that warrant's gone. It needs to be gone. If I have to make that phone call, and I will, if it's not gone, if that warrant's not gone by the time that I'm like in a regular situation in totality, and I will be, do not be dumb enough to attempt to incarcerate me again. Like, please do not be that stupid. If it's not gone, I'm going to have to make a phone call to the county that it's in, personally. And that shit will be bad. and they know it. It will be so bad that this isn't evidence towards something. It's not. Because the situation will be that embarrassing that you will want to cover it up but not be able to. And we're already on the same page about that. So hit me up and let me know when that warrant is gone, please. Or I will do it myself. And I know you'll feel special because I made the phone call. Got it. No. At that point, you will wish you had never fucked with me to begin with. Because I have learned a lot about the legal system in a very short time frame. You have to remember, you took away my whole family. You manipulated and psychologically fucked up the only person I've ever really loved. You tried to John Wick me. And it didn't work. I was taught better than to fall for that. But I will do this myself if I have to. I'm on principle, you're on vendetta. You will lose. Find out. I think I go through this whole everything without knowing what I'm doing. Do you know how many fucking times they played the movie Law Abiding Citizen while I was in there? They put it on the fucking DVD player and put Law Abiding Citizen on repeat. I call that passive aggressivism because it's what they were doing. I wouldn't imagine people with a badge want to be called the criminal. I'm sorry to tell you, y'all were the criminals, and you know it. And you were so nice to me because I was so nice to you, no matter how you treated me, because that was the right thing for me to do. The right thing for you to do now, for the way that I acted while I was incarcerated, is to get rid of that warrant. Because that was the biggest fucking insult. After how I put my head down, for all you motherfuckers, when I could have dominated and you know it, everybody knows I could have taken over that whole goddamn fucking facility. Single-handedly. Without an extra charge. Over connections. I chose to put my head down, not answer a goddamn fucking phone call. I'm the bitch. It sure is nice when I'm the bitch, so that you guys could keep moving forward, innit? Sure is nice. We'll keep moving the fuck forward and get rid of the goddamn warrant. Grow the fuck up. I'm half most of your ages to begin with. Get rid of the fucking warrant and grow the fuck up. I'm done. Thank you for listening. I'm a little upset. I endured like a year of absolute psychotic bullshit from the most passive-aggressive, angry people, just the most outrageously over-the-top people I've ever met in my entire life. Like, I thought I was over the top. Jesus Christ. Just for them to turn around and put a fucking warrant on me. You put me in offense mode is what you did. So I made sure to get the fuck all the way over here so I couldn't fuck your shit up. Because I would, from the inside. Not as a criminal. You really want to know what I would have done? I would have became a cop. And you would have let me too. I would have reformed the entire Northeast. And you know I would have. It would have taken me, 10 years? Tops? And you know it. I walked away so that you guys wouldn't have to fucking change everything for my, pretentious little ass. For this full of myself little guy that's in front of you. I walked away and I went somewhere where people, not only owe me, but are my people that do shit the way that I do it and would actually want to work things out with me. instead of like grinding gears and swimming upstream with you guys like trout while the bear are on the way. And you guys put a fucking warrant out on me, which is like a trout in water jumping out the water to eat right in front of a fucking bear. I didn't go above and beyond for you guys just for you to fuck it up with a petty ass warrant. Because some brat doesn't want to grow up. It's time to grow up, either way, whether you guys like it or not. I can't force you to, but I'm telling you where society's going in the next 5 to 10 years. You're either gonna grow up, and my little wake-up call for you with that is because you guys are home. You're the people that I love and care about, the people that I have to leave behind, for lack of a better term. I just wish things, I really do wish things could have been better. But I wasn't going to let my growth be stunted just because people don't want to get over their emotions. Like, I use my feelings, I'm a healthy guy, but I don't. I'm sitting here in this shirt. I smell like shit. Actual shit. But like, I smell bad. I don't have enough food. I'm begging people that owe me to give them things that I'm owed based on dollars. Like, it's just fucking ridiculous. I'm like would become existential sense of the term, the god. And I'm still begging motherfuckers for shit, just so I don't have to go to another country and mow people down and build my own shit, build my own empire, which I could do. But I'm not a psychopath. So I stayed. I just never thought people would still continue to milk the thought, idea, or notion that they may be superior to me. I'm not superior to them. And I never pull the card. Not really. I'll talk about it, I'll be an asshole, but I won't actually pull the card. But then they'll just, there was one request away. It was one request away from me pulling the fucking cord. I am not in jail. You are not going to make me clean my fucking sink. That would have been the last straw. I had dirty dishes on the counter, and I was waiting for the guy to tell me to do them. I swear to God, if he told me to do those dishes, I went and I did the dishes, waited for them to leave, and prepared myself to leave this place. And not even look back, as it burned in whatever fashion that it burned. I am so done. And people will judge until they go through it. Once you go through it, you either die or you grow the will to survive. And the person you become when you grow the will to survive is the person that you think is the criminal before you get there. And once you go through the process, you find out who the real criminals are. And oftentimes they are not the people that you would most likely think them to be. There's a lot of people out there that people think to be criminals that don't get incarcerated. You have to be able to tell the difference between someone who is a change maker, a legitimate change maker, and a criminal. There are criminals, there are corrupt people that do not get incarcerated. And then there are people that are legitimate change makers. So their behavior is outside the line of falling in with the tracks of how things are to be done. But because of the way that they move and behave in society, it's beneficial to society, and thus they are not a criminal. Someone who doesn't follow the tracks and, is detrimenting society, that's considered a criminal, right? That's actual corruption. But then there are people who won't bend the rules, but will actually put the work in to change the rules in order to be able to do said thing, right? And then if the rules can't get changed, you don't do it. And if you could change the rules, then you do it. So that's why I don't get incarcerated. But if you weren't aware of what happened in reference to my incarceration, it was a complete sham. There was actual like law enforcement literally lying through their teeth verbatim through their own, like from their own mouth. It was absolutely insane. But I put my head down and I just said, let's fucking do this. Cause I saw a lot more of an ability to learn from the situation than was worth any of the fucking drama they were throwing my direction. So I just said, hey, go for it. Do your worst. I didn't talk that way. I was respectful, obviously. But essentially what I meant was do your worst. And they didn't, to be quite honest, for, the lack of structure, they were actually pretty, lenient, I have to say, for what they could have gotten away with in the moment. They were very lenient, and I was impressed by that. Cause and this is where it crosses that boundary between criminal and a free person, or a free being. Right? Like you have your social identity and then you have what you are outside the system. Most people have never been outside the system at all. They don't even know what that means. Who you are when no one's watching is you outside the system, essentially. And when I say no one's watching, I mean you're desperate, alone, and no one knows whether or not you take something, kill someone, whatever it might be. Me personally, I don't cheat. I really don't. I don't steal. And I don't kill. I really don't. And most people actually with me, they don't believe that because of how much I was actually able to survive outside of the system of things.
Here, let me just take a quick hiatus to answer these questions. What is a warrant? Warrant is like when someone wants to arrest you. It could be legitimate or illegitimate, but that's what that means. Wash your dishes at a certain time. No. Okay, so in jail, you can't really like you have dishes, but it's okay. So realistically, most places are not like strict like that. They don't really care even if your stuff is all over the place, as long as you're not like totally ridiculous about it. They're pretty chill on that, depending on where you're at. But I'm saying here, I had dishes on the sink that weren't clean, and I was embarrassed to begin with when they came in to do the room check, because like it's not dirty, but like since I got here, I haven't, like, the person who's supposed to come and do the laundry and like not do the laundry but change the sheets and change the pillows and everything, or like the pillowcases and the towels and everything, they haven't come here a single time to my room, and they pretty much go to everybody else, and they've not come to my room yet. At all. And if they have, I either wasn't here or, and I've been here for days that they would come, and they didn't, around the time where I was told, and they haven't been here yet at all. So like I literally had, and I'm embarrassed to ask and afraid to ask, and like getting more embarrassed and more afraid the longer the time goes, because I'm like dirty and gross, So now it's come to the point where like I'm really embarrassed to ask, because it's like I haven't had anything changed in like a couple of weeks, and so like I'm really embarrassed, and I like don't even want to alert him to it. So like there's a possibility that he doesn't know that I'm in here, or they, whoever it may be that cleans, doesn't know that I'm in here. But like literally I have not had towels in like 3 weeks, and my pillowcases and sheets and blanket all need to be changed. It haven't been changed in a couple of weeks, and like I can't go wash them myself or anything, because it's not mine. So that's literally like the only thing that has not been like spick and span here. I have to say that there's probably not a single other thing that I could possibly complain about here. But I do have, just the one. And why am I dropping my ice right now? Because I'm not playing cards with them. I'm not competing. I'm not an asshole. I want new sheets, and I shouldn't have to ask to begin with, considering everybody else is getting all new stuff. And it pretty much went the same way for me when I was locked up. I don't want to talk about that, because I'm not trying to piss people off that I don't need to. But let's just say I didn't always get what I needed or what I wanted, let alone on time. And that was, sometimes people will do that as a way to like get you to come to them. Right.
But I learned very quickly to let most things go so that I wouldn't build that association and that relationship, because you got to remember, at the end of the day, for law enforcement, it's a job. It's a 9 to 5. It's a paycheck. There is some people in law enforcement, usually people who are higher up. Like nowadays, if you care about your job, you move up pretty quick when it comes to law enforcement, at least from what I've seen. So if you're dealing with your average Joe, whether it be a CO, which is a corrections officer, a DO, which is a detention officer, or regular law enforcement, be ready for them to not give a fuck. I'm saying the truth, telling you the truth. Now, that's at first, when you're new to them. If you get to know them a little bit, you don't piss them off, you don't ask them for too much. You also have to remember that they have a lot on their shoulders. They're very, nationally, we are low staffed when it comes to law enforcement. So, they handle a lot. A lot of people, or a few people handle a whole lot.
You gotta ask, what if you write a note on the door? That's really smart. Thank you, Terry. I honestly didn't even think of that. I really didn't even think of writing a note on the door. That's very smart. I feel kind of stupid for not thinking of that. Thank you. Can we just pretend that I didn't just say everything that I said about the whole laundry? It bothered me. It bothered me to the point where I can't even believe that something wasn't done. I really can't. I can't believe it. Everybody's getting new sheets and everything, and I'm still sitting here with the same fucking shit, and I smell disgusting. And this stuff needs to be changed. And I'm not going to do it myself because that's the rule. I'm not coming to you, motherfucker. I like you, you're cool, but I'm not stupid. And I'm tired. I'm so tired of people trying the stuff with me that works on stupid people. I am not inappropriately dressed. Guy, listen, if I get a ban over inappropriate dressing, I will be reaching out to the BGO team. We will have a fucking problem. I will take this platform. Chill the fuck out. I'm not even slightly inappropriately dressed. Back the fuck off. You are not Periscope. When Periscope was around, I was nice to those employees because I was dumb and I didn't realize that they were assholes. When I finally figured it out, I got the platform sold to Twitter. Did I do all the business stuff? No, I'm not the business guy. I'm the guy who knows how to fucking bury the fuck in, dig in. And so that's what I did. I will do the same goddamn thing here, even if you kick me. And it's not a crime. What crime am I committing? Just a question. Excuse me. Cat goes, who knew that one shoulder was scandalous? I know, right? I didn't realize we're all Catholic in America. My shoulder is so scandalous, isn't it? Maybe that's what it is. I have such a sexy shoulder that it's 10 times what would be considered if boobs were showing. And so they're just like, my goodness, we need to get rid of him right quick. He's turning everybody on way too much. I don't know what the problem is. I wonder if they have any free shirts there. They don't. I have asked around. I have done my own research, and there is not anywhere around here that I could get clothing, either for free or there's not clothes. There aren't any clothes. It's literally the only thing I can't get. And I know we're focusing on the negative. No, it's we've come to the point where things are getting where they need to. And now, so I need to problem solve a few things that actually need to be solved that I do not have the ability to solve myself without fucking a few people off. So I would rather be a baby about it than be the adult you're not going to like. These are our options. You're a baby, you're a baby. They saw adult mode for a minute. They're like, and I'm just like, wah. You understand now why I take this route? This is the much more mature route. Do not blame me for society's inability to manage legitimate adulthood. If I have to whine and cry to get what I want,
I have to admit, for how smart I am, I'm letting you know that I'm having to whine and cry to get what I want because society is currently that fucked up. It's not me that's fucked up. I know my fuck ups. I have tried many different forms of communication. I do not have an ability to purchase clothing for myself right now. I do not have places I could reach out to that would not mess with something somewhere for somebody. You guys decided to fucking side with someone hoping it would like win, like you thought you were going to get like all this media attention and make all this money, and all it did was fucking ruin a shit ton of careers future wise. So I don't know what to tell you. You know, you guys were employed to protect me, and like literally me even more so, for like obvious fucking reasons, and you didn't. You were really dumb about it. So now you will pay the bill, literally, not figuratively. Yeah. Your pockets are not deep enough. This goes past your system of money. Welcome to adulthood. I was introduced at a very young age. Much different than you. Difference is, I liked it. Terry goes, brainstorming, I swear I thought people throw clothes out everywhere in LA. They do. Like I said, me going out on the street is like not really a good idea. Especially after like, you know, now I've gotten things started. It's an even worse idea. What's up, Salford? How are you? And another piece that like I'm trying to help communicate better is understanding like me being this way. It's not like I'm being the asshole that's like get things for me and do things for me, and then I'm not doing anything. You know, like the things that I do for society that I'm best at are in the opposite spectrum, are in the stationary spectrum. Do you get what I'm saying? Like I'm more of the brain than I am the brawn. I've learned that I am the brawn, and I'm not bad, but I am far more the brain than I am the brawn in reference to things that I've already been taught to do. I think it's much smarter for me to continue to use my brain and train in the brawn in a safe setting. It's best for everybody. And me going out and about it really isn't a good idea. It really isn't. Not just for me, but just people out there that are aware of me in good ways and bad. You know, like I've come to the point of exposure where it's not smart. There isn't really anybody around me that doesn't know it's me. Just a lot of people pretending like they don't know. And a whole lot of people, you know, sometimes it's even worse. Like a whole lot of people who know pretend they don't know and just hoping that I get comfortable enough to go down a back alley or leave my tub full for the night. You know what I'm saying? Like I've been there. I'm not going there again. I'm not going to be gullible twice. Just gotta write a note. Yeah, I'll put a note on the door. Hopefully something comes of it. Mark, thanks for the follow. But the problem is I got these little people trying to build this, what do you call it? What do you call it when you're investigating a crime? Or when you're trying to get somebody incarcerated? Like a history. Like they're trying to build like a timeline, right? And there's people trying to build a fucking timeline because they're stupid. And why am I even, because I care. You know, like the really smart thing would be, the vicious thing would be to shut my mouth and just let you fuck yourself off. I'm not that guy. And then people would be like, oh, I'm sorry. Are you mentally okay? Yeah, I can actually prove what I'm saying. Try me. I still remember, I'm not going to say where, but I still remember a particular place. Like I was literally like, they're such geniuses, but I was watching them on camera deleting their own security footage while on camera for footage they didn't delete. So like you'll get this, like for real. They were deleting footage of crimes they committed against me while I was watching them deleting footage of crimes they committed against me while we're on camera all together. Like the event that I just described to you was recorded on a camera they did not delete the footage of. And you could see through the window that they were deleting the footage.
So I guess what I'm saying is like some things are so obvious that there's not really even a point to like fight about the situation. Like, you know, you got the leverage. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, whatever. It's like not even worth mentioning kind of thing, unless you're just telling a story and think it's fucking hilarious. So yeah. And then you try to tell them, don't Google me. You try to tell them, don't hack my shit. You try to tell them, you know, don't do this, don't do that. What do? Even the people that are supposed to be telling you what the rules are, they're dumb enough to break the fucking rules. And then when their shit goes haywire, he infiltrated. I didn't infiltrate shit. I looked you right in the face and said, don't do that shit. The amount of traffic that's going to come your way, you can't handle it. When you use my name, traffic comes. You go in my shit, people look. Don't go in my shit because people will look. I'm going in your shit. Well, I just want to say for the record that I did not attempt to reverse psychology you. You're just stupid. Moving on. Literally told them, I remember the first day of incarceration, of the first incarceration. My people are going to be all up in your shit. Something like the paraphrasing. I was literally begging and pleading with them to let me out so that like they wouldn't end up having to spend like $800,000 that year extra. They didn't listen. And then, second situation, they had the audacity to tell me that I cost their county money. I cost your what? I did not realize I got myself arrested. God damn it. I did not realize that you are required to arrest every person who has a warrant. Like, I could even let that go. I was doing, man, fuck. That was perfect. That could have been perfect. Then I got educated a little bit after that, which changed everything. But I get emotionally involved with people, whether bigger than me, smaller than me, whatever. You know, you got to remember, I wasn't raised by my own blood. And I was raised by people older than me. I was around people younger than me, all of it. Like, so to me, you know, people are people. I really don't discriminate based on age, race, gender, religion, anything. If you're in front of me, you exist. If you're not in front of me, you exist. If you're far away from me, I probably still hear you and you exist. Gift and a curse. But you best believe at the end of the day, I'm still doing me because like my whole life has not been about me. So I'm kind of pissed and I'm being extremely selfish based on my own standards, but still extremely selfless based on most people's standards. So like, you know, either fuck off or don't. Please, you know, if you can be nice, do the opposite of fuck off. That would be awesome. If this could finally go the way it's supposed to have been going for a long time, if people had just caught up with the trend of how I was being to the people around me, because it's the right way to be. Not like when I was mean. I've been mean. Can't say I have been. But like, my biggest issue has been, up until recently, there haven't been a lot of people who have like been in shoes similar to mine. Because like I really got ahead of the curve. I was doing a whole lot of stuff that like most people have never done. And it was only until a couple of years ago that like things really blew up technologically and a whole lot of people got far more familiar. But even then, by that point, there were already like social protections put in place. So like people never really went through a lot of what I actually went through. They're sympathizing with me because they think they understand, because like the experiences they went through were like, you know, half rough. But like I went through the real thing, you know, like yeah, you know, I didn't wimp out. I didn't come off a live stream when things got hard, you know, like before people even knew what to do with it. I just kept going, you know, and it changed me. It really, really, really changed me as a person. And like, it just elevated my existence. Like, I don't even know how to explain it. But most people don't have unadulterated, unrestricted, uncensored interaction with thousands of people all at once from around the world nonstop for like 18 hours a day for like 8 months straight. And then, as I began to start to schedule, things got a little different. But I mean, do you know anyone else in human history who has done that? Because I don't. Who has successfully connected with those people and that many people. And even these other people who have done live stream, you can see it in their eyes. And then if you look at my replays, you see it in my eyes. You see the difference. I was tuned in. People who did similar things to what I've done, they weren't tuned in. They were paying attention, but they didn't really care. They didn't really know you. They were familiar. They stayed on that level with you, which was nice, but they never elevated because they didn't try to bring you with them if they ever did try to elevate. Right? So like I was single-handedly bringing my fans, bringing my viewers with me, figuratively, literally, physically, in some fashions, physically. I took things to unprecedented heights, and that can't be denied. And, the mistakes that I made in that interim, I mean, if anybody's going to sit here and tell me that the things that I did wrong could ever possibly hold enough weight to cause me problems in my life now compared to the progress I actually helped society make through what I did online, I don't know what to say. Like I fought to be I fought to be doing what I'm seeing people doing on TV. And I did get that far, to be able to be maintaining that. I guess the part that hurts is making those sacrifices for people who then turned on me. Like I could see people turning on you, fame, fortune, whatever, but like the depth to which I maintain those connections that I thought I had with people, like I guess that's where I got fooled, is maybe I thought that I had that deep of a connection with the people that were actually physically in my life. But then to have them turn on me like that's like, and I guess it happens to people, right? But like, if your own mom tries to suffocate you or, throws you down a flight of steps or tries to crush you, breaks your nose, your ribs, whatever, like it's almost inconceivable. So for me, the betrayal that I experienced, when I said it was inconceivable, I mean, it took me like a year and a half to accept that it even happened. And I'm not the type of guy that, I accept things like that. I really do. Like, I'm pretty smart. And I don't give a fuck. I'm just like, okay, that's how it is. I loved this person more than life itself. And it is starting to show through to people that is the actual kind of person that I am. And thank you for seeing me for who I really am. For after everything I went through and for how things went, and for not downplaying what I've been through, for not spinning it against me any further. Thank you for that mercy, because that is how I see it. Like with everything that I got on my side, it doesn't change that, you could still take me to battle if you wanted to. So thank you for maintaining that armistice with me. It means so much to me and a whole lot of people that really believe genuinely, before a point in their mind, they're not at a point yet where they could understand that peace, that they have to continue to grow as people so they could comprehend what peace really means. Thank you for helping me that we're setting that example, even if we bicker, we fight, whatever. It kind of is incredible, how we're actually doing, what we should be doing, the way we should be doing it, and learning how to get along. Because for me, it's not fake. It's not. It's very real. And that's what I fought through to survive and to be able to sit here and do this with you. It goes far past philosophy now. And that's what it was for me back then. I didn't even understand
the depths to which this had value to me on a personal basis. These idealisms that I stand for. But peace is really, really important to me. And, like I said, there's a lot of people that I know are probably thankful right now that you're just finally being peaceful about it. Especially considering, like I said, that was the goal when I was pulled away from my family at infancy. Not the people that I invested everything in, not the person that I invested everything in and had planned to be with for the rest of my life and made every methodical possible decision to ensure their safety, security, and future, even at the cost of our own interpersonal workings at times. Cutting that short was probably the most heinous and psychotic mistake you possibly ever could have made. I hope you are finding out very quickly that I am not my father. And in some ways that's good for you. In some ways, run. My father was kind of called Chucky. I essentially have been called the seed of Chucky. You remember the doll that like literally killed everybody on accident? Kind of just built in. You fucked with my family. I'm crying for you. Armistice is smart and kind and good, but when you're keeping an armistice, mostly just because you're scared you're going to die, it doesn't really mean near as much. And I'm not playing the facade thing. What I'm doing is making sure that we cut out all the people that are faking it so we can actually do the thing. Because the actual peace thing is meaningful. And there are people in this world who legitimately care about and are working towards world peace. Try and give yourself grace. It's your time to find your peace. Thank you. I have peace inside me. I do have interior. I really do. I am at peace inside me. What you see, I'm extremely empathic. Like I really, I'm trying to put my heart out there for you and like tell you how I really feel. Like I do care that much about people, even the people that have done disastrous things to me. Now I would say that the people in the past who like torture me, like waterboarding and shit. Let's just hope that I never find those people. Okay. And I'm going to be totally honest about that. All right. Because there will be limbs everywhere by sheer force. I'm not kidding. I can disembowel a person with my right hand. And I will, if I ever find the people that waterboard me. But we're going to let that go. World peace. Reality is tough. That's the real thing of it is like people want like this big painted vision of what reality is like, but that doesn't really help them. It guides you towards getting into real life, but actually seeing what real life is, it pushes you to make a decision. It encourages you to actually think and make a decision on what you're going to do with your life and who you choose to become or to be or to remain. Do you go towards what I've become in your own way, right? In your own reality, in your own situation, in the ways that I've changed, right? Do you change in your own ways? Do you stay the person you are? Well, I don't know that I want that, but I don't want to go back. Or do you return to the womb, which there's also nothing wrong with, which is something I'm going to put my foot down on right now. There is not a day, a moment that I don't miss my family, that I don't miss home, what I once called home. Not a moment. There's not a moment that goes by that I am not in absolute agony. Absolute, beyond suicidal, emotional agony. To the point where if I didn't want to be alive so much, I would want to be dead. That I don't miss home. Not a moment that I don't miss home. So there's nothing wrong with, missing home and wanting to be home and just wanting to cuddle up with your mom or your dad or, your family, your friends, whoever it might be, and just staying cuddly safe in that way. There's nothing wrong with that. If you seek adventure, seek it. If you seek comfort, seek it. Don't just go with what works for you, though. I will say,
Go with what works for you in the main. And then once you get there, make sure that you continue to grow. Some people associate discomfort with growth. They associate discomfort with growth. They associate, whatever it might be. The point is, you can become complacent in any lifestyle. Don't become complacent. Where I'm at currently, it's kind of a statement. Not going to lie to you. This is currently my passive form of maintaining respect while continuing to communicate that there is a problem. The problem is I don't have enough clothes. I don't have enough money to get more clothes. I had to get food and this and that. Even with the assistance I'm getting, it's not enough. I need my stuff changed. You know how embarrassing that is to even have to say that? Like, I'm a full-grown man, and I'm having to say, yes, it feels like I'm saying I need my diaper changed. It's very embarrassing. But I can't just go in the closet, But every time I go out there, the closet doors are sitting open. Just invite me to walk in there and get my own stuff. Why don't I? Because I'm not dumb enough to ignore that that's a fucking ploy. No different than the ploy of having a sign-in sheet with everybody's fucking name on it that you're going to obviously accidentally, you're going to on camera look like you're looking at people's shit. You're not going to fuck with my situation. You're just not. Just letting you know. Don't bite the hand that feeds, but if the hand that feeds you is hitting you, you best let them know that there's a problem. I taught somebody that once and they did well. Went extremely overboard, but I also forgot that they hadn't been taught any of that shit. I had been told differently. Awkward situation. Anyway. It's pretty clear. Yeah, thank you. I hope someday you can go back there. Thank you. Yeah, that's my goal. That's one of my biggest goals, is that, and see, I don't have any qualms about it. Well, somebody buys the property, someone builds on the property, buying the farm, goes away. I don't care. I don't give a fuck who's on that land when I get to that part of my life. It's mine. Try me. I'm going to give a recommendation to anybody interested in the land that I was raised on. Don't expect me to pay you for it. If you're someone who's like trying to get ahead of me, I'm going to get you fucked off. But if you're not trying to get ahead of me and you just own the land, then I'll pay you, obviously. But that's mine. That belongs to my family. And when I say my family, I mean the family that raised me in that fashion. The name will not be changed. If everything is changing on that, guess what's happening? Buying it, putting it back to what it was. I don't care what's going on. That's that. I don't owe them that, but it's what I want to do. That's who I am, and I will get there, and I will do that. And if things are still good when it comes to that point, then that don't have to happen, thankfully. But I'll just find a way to make sure that that it either stays in the family or that it comes to me. And I'm going to put a statue of my pop in town. That's something I always dreamed about. And I will. That day will come. I'll make enough money and I can go back to my hometown and donate money to the town and, have a statue of my pop put out there. Cause he helped settle that town. For real. If you saw photos, he drove in, there wasn't a road. Where they built the house, there was not a road at all. He drove in on grass to there wasn't streets. It was grass. We're talking in the generation I was raised in. When I was young, they were elderly. They were amazing people. I can't even tell you the amount of accomplishments. And to this day, I haven't even fully grasped, how much they had accomplished and the type of people they were and how wise they were. I wish to God I could just go back and grow up again and have paid attention and actually gone under their wing. And you want to talk about someone who robbed themselves? I definitely
big time robbed myself growing up. I really did. I thought I was so clever by just not being involved and only doing the work that I had to do, right? You're never going to meet anybody in your life that robbed themselves more than I did. I highly doubt you're ever going to meet anybody that screwed themselves over as hard as I did. I was not born in that family. It was a miracle I lived through my infancy, and thus it was a miracle that I even ended up in that home in a good, structured, stable, healthy family. I went through my own stuff. I did. They put me through, it was rough, but like, it could have been my experience there from childhood to adulthood could have been a miracle. It really could have been one of the miracles I could talk about that happened in my life. One of the things that happened in my life that are, logically deducible, but like, I'm going to need more time on this planet to get to the point where I could grasp it, so it was pretty amazing that I was ever even there. So yeah, there's one day I'll get a statue put in town of my pop. I really will. I still remember I promised myself my pop would be at my wedding. I make sure to get married. My parents would be at my wedding. I still remember the chick that I was dating when I said that was going to happen, And then my pop passed, and then I remember with my mom, I promised myself, and at that point I didn't have any kids yet. And it was still just a really rough situation, but it was finally a situation that could have worked. But at that point was when I realized that she was not going to build a life with me without being close to her family. Like I knew it. I knew that she would do it. I knew that she would, because her mom did it. But I saw what it did to her mom, and I couldn't do that to her. So like I tested out. I was just like reaching out and whatnot to see, and that attachment was just that bond was so deep that I knew I knew that if I broke through that bond, that I'd be tearing apart a family. And even though it would be with the goal of building my own family, what kind of man would that make me? You know what I'm saying? I couldn't do that to her. I could have, but I can't even tell you for all the times I've decided to step down and make the more mature decision, I have always become a better person. What I will tell you is, and you just got to settle on this, I will never again agree to incarceration. I won't. I'm not an enemy to the system, but you will like me less than people that are your enemy. And I will say that as a loyalist. I will say, like, while being on your side, you will hate me more than your enemy, because I will force you to work that much harder that you won't even be able to focus on your enemy. And then they'll end up fucking your shit up. And it'll still not be my fault. But if you're going to correct me to that insane of a level, be ready to be corrected. And I was raised by some of the best correctors you are ever going to meet. So I promise you, you put me to the test and you're going to start. I'm not going to go there. Moving on. Give yourself another chance. Sometimes you have to say you need more help. Well, all I have to do is wait a couple of days and then I can go get some clothes. But the help that I need right now essentially is just you guys' company, y'all's company. I appreciate you. And then just, like I said, just waiting this out. That's the most difficult part right now. Think of it like if you ever see a drug addict and they go through withdrawal. I'm going through a withdrawal, a lifestyle change withdrawal. I don't know how to say this, but like culture shock, like my entire life is changing all at one time. And I am appreciating the support that is also doubling as like helping me build my life into where I want it to be. That integration is super important to me, to not just have things compartmentalized and separated. You know, my mom ran the house. So like, that's what I know. You know, I'm not, am I a good conqueror? Am I a dominator? Hell yeah. Found out that I'm really, really good at it. All the way to like a structural basis. Like I'm really fucking all the way to like an establishment level. Like that's like, I ended up like, I had to put in work to get off of every fucking watch list. I'm not even kidding you. Like DOD, the CIA had their eyes on me for a while. Like they thought I was a fucking criminal. They thought I was going to become like a fucking syndicate psychopath, like you see in Mission Impossible. But just because I'm like really young and I learned a shit ton real quick, and then the government really pissed me off and like fucked up super bad during a time when they were not witnessing my personal intelligence, and they did not have their own backgrounds of like personal discipline on a moralistic sense or fashion of principle, right? Because like half their job is to break the rules. So like their mindset isn't geared towards someone who's just going to do the same fucking thing no matter what people do to them. So that's what I did. I stayed disciplined no matter how much shit got fucked up. So eventually, like I said, I got off the watch list and shit, which was really good, obviously. But what's weird is like I have the eyes off of me. And so like I'm having to become comfortable with that, where I'm getting the public's eyes on me in like a good way, and people are starting to like me. And I've been like either ignored or hated my whole life. And I wish I was exaggerating, but I'm not. You know, all the way to the point, like, you can't even imagine how embarrassing and emasculating it was when, you know, at the point it was emasculation for me. You know, when she left, when the woman I was with left me, you know, you can't even imagine how embarrassing that was. Just like after how much I had invested personally, it was extremely embarrassing. Cause like I can't say I just didn't see it coming, but like, I can't imagine that the decision was made for any other reason than to hurt me. And then like an excuse of like, oh, technically I'm protecting you, or technically we're protecting you. You know, we're firsthand protecting you, secondarily getting what we want. No, I was fucking stupid. Everything was in place. Excuse me for not informing you of things that you would have fucked up if I told you. I will pull rank when I need to. People hassle you and you don't get to know why. What the fuck? Well, that's the thing, is for me, is I know why. I really do. I'm a smart cookie. I'm saying I'm so smart that I'm telling them they're wrong, but they can only go based on their own procedure. You know? That's another fucking thing that always gets in the way, is when they're like, oh, we have due process, we have procedure that you follow like a quarter of the fucking time. You'll break the rules over here, but you come over here and tell me that, you know, that we're going to do things this way. I'm like, why don't you ask the actual fucking boss? You fucked up. They just don't want to admit it yet. You know, first it was just, oh, well, this is going to cost me a couple of months with the person I love, and I missed the birth, blah, blah, blah. Then it turns into, oh, well, you know, I have to not talk to this person because I'm surrounded by psychopaths. Then it turns into, this person has left me and said, don't talk to me. And then it turns into, not only is the whole thing illegal to begin with, I can't even fucking tell you, like, I might end up having to fucking say something if they try to arrest me or put out another warrant. I will. Like, I will do something about this. If they fucking, I will sue. And I won't sue. I'll take over the whole fucking thing. I don't sue. I own.
I own you. I don't fucking sue you if I have to do something. If something's fucked up that bad, it's in this country. It matters to me. I'm going to buy it. I'm going to fix it. It's what I was raised to do. It's what I do. It's what I did. Did it to Periscope. Only one example. Sticking to that example because it's appropriate. Not giving any other examples. You guys do not believe some of the cool stuff I got to do in the past couple of years in that way, by the way. Regardless, big fan of human life. Anyway, I just, things aren't the same anymore. And, I mean, like, there ain't no fucking competition. I'm sorry, but y'all don't even exist anymore in my world. You don't. You really don't. And it's like when these people try to exist in my space, I'm like, you don't understand how bad you fucked up with me. Like, that's actually where you're going wrong, is like, I've been like extra tender and extra nice because like I almost put my foot down and y'all flinched because you're so busy beating each other the fuck up. And I don't want to give you trauma. But I'm going to actually put my foot down if you don't show the fuck out. I will be the adult in the room if I have to. And I don't want to be. I didn't even get to fucking enjoy myself yet. What we're doing right now in a fan fashion is called binge and purge. All right. So I'm officially back, for good. And thank you, Lily. And so we got to get a couple of the crazies to fall off the cliff and go somewhere else. About the only way to do it. That was called in their world self-sacrifice. I'm admittedly one thing I am definitely ruthless. I don't want people in my broadcast that are gonna, fuck up my game. I'm to a point where people can't fuck up my game, but I'm not even going to allow the possibility because I'm just so overwhelmed and irritated, to a point where like I can't even allow for the possibility. So, kind of hungry. Thinking about getting some food. What are you guys doing? What are you up to? I've been like super not doing anything but talking. See, it's like the regular protocol for a guy like me would be to lock me away, like in an institution, and then just like throw away the key and call it a day. But the problem is at social rank to a degree where I could say it out loud. And I'm not around anybody that's allowed to do anything about it. Am I being an asshole? Slightly. I'm mostly being passive aggressive in a sense where my choices are get what I want faster or help things get organized first and then get what I want. And since I don't have any clothes and I still have dirty sheets, guess what, motherfuckers? It's time to get things in order. And I'll do it from the inside too. I mean, no matter where I go from here on into the rest of my life, I'm getting fed, I'm getting roof over my head. So I'll figure the rest out on my own. But that's not the incarceration or mental institution. So I'm going to say we're supposed to make this look normal, at least. Not very good at that, I have to admit. But it's okay. One life experience in such a mind. Thanks, let it be. I appreciate the compliment and the affirmation. I needed that. Admittedly, I needed that like 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, 40 minutes ago. But thank you. Please keep talking to me. Because one thing about being in the life position that you were describing is a very deep sense of loneliness. And often feeling outnumbered.
very often feeling outnumbered. And not necessarily that people are against me, right? But just like not being in the space of popular opinion, at least on the inside. Like now I understand how to assimilate and like how to, be with the popular opinion. But like on the inside, I like really know how stuff is. So it's like super fucking lonely. And especially now being smart enough not to talk about it out loud. This just shit's really fucked up right now for me. But I'm working on it. I'm at a point in my life where like people who try to tell me to get mental help either are not intelligent enough to like, you know what I mean? Like don't have the ability to articulate what's going on, or they wish they were me. And I hate to say it that way, but I'm actually not even being narcissistic. Calculatedly, like on a calculative basis, the likelihood is jealousy and an attempt, to go 80s on me, which doesn't work because it's not the 80s. People forget sometimes. Love you guys. I was going to say it must be lonely, but you have so much to share with others. I do, but it's like I don't want to say I have an expectation for reward, but I kind of do. Like I kind of like I'm sitting here. I'm like, so I'm getting paid for what I paid for the things that I've done, right? For I don't want to say this world because the things I've done for this world are not about money in the slightest, but money is a language in America. So the things I've done for this country, currently getting paid for, quote unquote, which is wonderful, and that'll last for the rest of my life, and like my son's life and everything. Like I can even afford to say out loud, my son, which is nice. I fucking earned that. Like, damn, like that was fucking painful. You have no fucking idea how painful that fucking was. They don't want to hear about it. It's over now, thankfully. But like now I'm sharing the stories and I feel like I'm boring because we still only got 286 in here. Like, because I look at the numbers. So I'm not a competitive person by nurture, but my nature is like Olympic level competition. Literally. Says in the 23andMe things, in the 23andMe bio, or in the information that I am Olympically inclined. Not just athletically, Olympically inclined. Which makes a lot of fucking sense for some of the shit that I've done that I did not realize how over the top I was for the average. I never knew. On top of that, take the whole, not a whole lot of self-esteem or like understanding my value, worth, or capability, or like strength while expounding on all of that all at the same time. It made for just a clusterfuck of pathetic, mixed with a whole lot of how the fuck is he doing that, and no amount of compliments would do. And even now, like I think I've elevated much further, and now people are, but like I'm catching hints of it now. That's the difference. Like I'm getting certain people acknowledging me that I'm like, that person should not be acknowledging me. If, based on who I think I am, per se. But like, I feel like I can accelerate through that part of my life if I just focus on the lessons instead of make it about me. Like that's how I did it last time. I didn't make it about me. And that's how I moved so quickly, intellectually. And I'm hoping I can continue on that trend and like keep people from like getting jealous of me or being weird with me. Because that's the worst piece of it. And it's not like I even get mad at them. I get upset that it's impeding on my ability to learn faster. Like that has always been my main thing in life, is learning. Even when I was a little kid. Like just gaining knowledge has literally always been my number one pursuit since I was a toddler. I mean, even younger yet. Like I started talking real early, walking, just everything was always, and for me, it's always been about being intuitive and learning, not teaching, and the only time I ever try to teach is when I'm learning from teaching. And that's the other piece of it, is like sharing stories or like things that I'm saying with y'all, or like things that maybe if I'm trying to teach you something,
is like having that reciprocation. You know, like I think I'm getting down to the root of the issue of why I get upset on live stream. I get upset on live stream because like I'm not getting what I know I deserve. You know, like I know I'm being taken advantage of, and you can't really deny that I am that you are kind of taking advantage of me by, you know, not really reciprocating the conversation. Like if you're too nervous or scared or whatever, I understand, and that's fine. I totally get it. But if you're not a wimp and you're ready to have a conversation and ready to be out here with me, just put yourself out there and let people know you're smart or whatever, then come and, you know, be here with me, actually be out here with me. I want a meeting of the minds. I don't want a competition. I don't want slander. I don't want bullshit. I actually want to learn. That's what I'm here for. I'm not here to entertain you. Believe it or not. That's not my main goal. My main goal is to learn. Learn with me, if you will. Or if you don't want to learn, don't. Teach me. But if you're here, my expectation for my broadcasts and for my platforms is for it to be productive, like full on. Whether I'm just telling a story, joking around, whatever it might be. If the energy of the room is productive, then we're winning, per se. But that's the only way I'm willing to continue on broadcasting, you know, and continue on with the live streaming and everything, without just doing it the way I'm going to be told to do it by someone that I work with or whatnot. So you gotta be here with me. You know, I talked this way a couple of years ago and I meant it, but, you know, I chose to take care of the side quests first, if you didn't notice. No, I took care of the main stuff first. And now, you know, for me, you know, wealth and fame in my mind are the side quest. And I've completed the whole game, per se, in my mind, in my life, and what I care to ever be. And all that's left is to enjoy, you know, to go back and get all the blue Legos, you know. I mean, either that or just step out the game altogether, but for what? You know? Like meeting people from other countries is enough for me to learn enough about other countries to know whether or not I can go there and have a different experience. And the fact of the matter is, like, the fact of the matter is, like, it's kind of all the same. So, like, that's cool, and I want to visit and go there. But this place is my life. You know what I'm saying? So it matters. And I'm going to continue to focus on what matters most. And the way that I give gifts isn't always preferred, but that part's not my problem. Somebody asks me for something, they get it. I deliver. You know? But if you got any complaints in the process, I'm not customer service. Talk to somebody who can help you resolve that. And if you want to talk to me, you're going to end up usually paying in the form of everything I got for you, plus more. So that's that. Good evening, Pamela. How are you? Rex Travis, welcome to the broadcast. Z-Bam, welcome to the broadcast. Matcha Latte, welcome to the broadcast. Emily, DC. Oh, wow, you have a son. Children are a great gift and have the opportunity to change the world. I tell you, I'm going to be totally honest with you. I don't have any expectations for this kid at all. I don't. I honestly don't have the slightest expectations for him to ever become anything, be anyone, or ever even exist beyond the 9 to 5, based on his presumably the presumed current upbringing that he's in. So, some people call me cold, but I'm at a point where I really do not care what happens. If it's not me, it's not me, and I'm me. So, I have to be far from their breast to even give a fuck. It's not a lack of family values. It's a matter of probability of survival based on the path that I've carved, mixed with the path that he will end up having to follow, the likelihood is that he's not going to survive. And being that I'm getting an insane amount of resistance in an attempt to leverage my child and try to force them to give them what they want, I would rather just take everything they have for free, use it myself, and then should the boy survive, make sure that it's endowed to him. But I don't have any expectations of his survival. My survival was impossible. I do not credit myself with living to this point. I do not expect him to live past his teen years. I don't. Based on his family record on both sides, mixed with being raised with the toxicity, he's not going to make it. If God wills it, he will. But statistically speaking, there's not a chance in hell he's living past 16. And yes, I really am that good at math, science, all the stuff that I don't have to say the right way because I don't fucking feel like it. Trust me, the smartest people on this planet are the laziest. I would know. I try to work hard in other ways. But these ways, like, you know, I don't have a PhD, I'm not getting paid, and you know, what the fuck am I getting out of it to actually try? You know, to be totally honest, like, what am I getting out of it? Nothing, for the most part. You know? You guys are fun to hang out with, but I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Oh, man. I think I'm feeling some cereal. You guys eat today? Everybody eat today? I got Poppity Tarts. Yum. And guys, persistence always wins, okay? So, like, fame, for example, is possible. And you do not have to be someone who should be famous. Like me, I don't think I was ever supposed to be rich or famous. I'm not rich yet. But I am famous. In the legitimate terms of A-list. At least on the exposure level. It's kind of wild. Because, like, I'm not supposed to be famous at all, I don't think. Like, I'm pretty sure recently, like, I met the people that I was supposed to be around for the rest of my life. And I totally fucked that up, like, prior to that. And I guess they didn't even know I fucked it up. Because it was, like, unbelievable that I would be that persistent in that arena. But I was, you know? I was just like, I'm doing this. So all you gotta do sometimes is be annoying as fuck until everybody knows your name. It works. I'm telling you, you don't have to even have fucking talent. I don't even have talent. You guys hear me sing? I can't even sing. I can't sing. I can't dance. I could act. I'd probably really act. But, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, just be really fucking annoying. And eventually people will either shoot you or watch your show. Sometimes both. I love Pop-Tarts cold. Me too. Cold, well, like cold. That's a wonderful idea. I'm putting a Pop-Tart in the freezer. You're a very smart person. Thank you. I might have to eat that food. I have, like, actual food for 5 seconds, so I'm kind of thinking about eating it. Fuck, I'm eating it. It smells so good. You know you're hungry when you can smell frozen food. never do again is like judge people on the street for that. Look, I've been through all that now. I'm telling you, it's like we really can't judge. When you've had to grunt like an animal to scare someone off from stealing your shit, you've officially reached rock bottom. I have been there. It's ugly. When you growl at a person that gets scared, doesn't matter how tough they are. Crazy beats big every time. It does. I'm telling you. And you ever hear them say, how do they say it? If you're ever in a fight, just pull your pants down. They say that in jail all the time, right? Because like everybody's fucking horny nonstop. Everybody trying to pretend like they're not flaming as fuck, being super gay. Just everybody fucking trying to pretend like they're not fighting, going full gay, at least until they're released, or like even they released, and then they're like, we're not gay, we're low. You're right. That's the angle I like. Is it's butt sex does not make you gay. It doesn't. We could make jokes about it, but that's how people get beat up and stabbed and shot, killed. So we're not gonna joke around about it. But it's really not gay. I never did. But if somebody did, I would totally fucking understand. Do you know how hard it is just to get away with taking care of yourself in there? It's tough. Trust me, it's fucking tough. Now we had one person in there who didn't have any problems with it, but that was talking about uncomfortable. Whew. Anyway, moving on. What the fuck was I talking about? Something far more basic. I just don't remember. Please follow, if you will. I am on all platforms, by the way. I put content out on every platform. I'm pretty much known as the guy that does nothing. I'm like the only guy that does nothing. Everybody else is like, oh no, don't nothing. Oh God. I'm just over here doing nothing all the time, man. I'm really fucking good at it, actually. It's not something to brag about. Don't try this at home, kids. Really, don't fucking try this at home. Like, I'm not supposed to be alive. So don't. But since I am, we will do this all day long. Oh God, I smell the Fritos. Jesus Christ. Jeez, that's Christmas. Nums. Still here? Am I laggy? Am I here? It's not even fucking cold. Or warm. It's really cold, actually. Surprisingly cold. Fuck. Okay, I'm gonna take a hiatus and come back because my. Hi, Eddie. Hi, Keith. Yo, what is this cheap ass meditation? 480. Fuck it. Woo!
Browning. Get it? God, I fucking hate how the world works. See, because, like, I didn't realize the whole world works that way. I was just like, this is like a section of people, mostly in America. I was wrong. And so, like, I did good stuff, and I got a very different reward than I expected. And I'm like, fuck. I love my family. Oh, God. I'm so stupid. It's okay, though. Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. I got half a mind to fucking save up, get working, and charge on over back to PA and get shit straight pretty quick. I built some inconceivable alliances on all sides. See, that's the worst mistake they made was saying you can't leave. And so, oh, you want to be that way? All right. You realize that people are like gonna have enough time to actually get to know me, and then they're gonna like me the way that I usually like them, and then they're gonna be fucking stuck with me the way I'm stuck with them, and then we're eventually gonna start working on shit together. Like, smartest idea in the world is to make sure that I got my roots deep into the exact place you're trying to keep me out of. Genius. But I'm in there like swimwear. I am dug in. Like you would not believe. And like you would need to believe because you couldn't comprehend. Fucking in there. I think sometimes what happens is when you tell them, like, I have more fans than you have in your town, they can't comprehend that. Can't wrap their brain around it. They don't even know what it means. But it's kind of like you learn how to facilitate, manage, and delegate tasks. And, like, you know, when you got this going on. And now for me, it's like a much bigger ship, so it turns much more slowly. So this stuff, you know, moves a little more slowly. But if I were to do the fast stuff now, I'd be, you know, out there drinking and drugging and smoking. And I'd rather retire to my quarters, set a course, and sail with a larger crew. I'm just old-fashioned like that. Because it's neither, for me, it's neither don't drink or do drugs for the sake, you know, drink, smoke, or do drugs for the sake of, what do you say, health or this or that. Ishmael, welcome to the broadcast. Derek, welcome to the broadcast. Marquise, welcome to the broadcast. Richard, welcome to the broadcast. Thanks for the hearts. As far as me not, when it comes to drugs, drinking, and smoking, it's not about right and wrong or good or bad. It's about supplementals, because that's what they are. Supplementals that open your mind to parts of reality that your brain is not currently accessing in a conscious fashion, right? And on the flip side, not being involved with any of it is not a matter of morality, but it's a matter of closing oneself off. when you do it that way. So for me, it's not either I'm closing myself off, because I'm not, nor do I turn to supplementals. Like, to me, to be open to the wholeness of my existence, I implement and utilize proper methodologies: Reiki, sound therapy, hypnotherapy, erotic therapy. Not really another word, but erotica. Like, opening of the senses, and, utilizing of the actual chemicals in your brain to expand upon your human people don't want to believe that we're human. Some of us aren't anymore. Some of us never were. That's finally been something that's put out in the public very recently. Well, at least the baseline piece of it. They better not fucking JFK me over here, because, like, they put it out there. So don't be fucking coming at me. But, like, me personally, never was. And it's just nice that we're like, for people that don't know, for my we're actually coming to the first point in all of human history, which is more important than my own history, believe it or not, for, like, particular reasons. Like the history of my own people in that fact. I'm not saying I'm an alien or anything. I'm saying, like, like, you have, like, we're all the same creatures, but, like, we are technically, in certain ways, like, different species of human. Not in totality, but like we're close enough in DNA that we're the same, that we can be called the same, right? But, like, we say, like, 99.92%. That 0.08%, it's a lot. Believe it or not, it's a lot. Like, to give you an example, like, 0.01% could be enough to be the difference between whether you have hands or you have fins for hands. Like, that could be 0.01% of your genealogical makeup, of your DNA. It could just 0.01% could be different. You got fins. So I guess my point, what I'm saying is, like, I'm running with 99.85. So, like, on the inside, I'm, like, I got all the normal stuff, but I'm just, it's like, I don't know if anybody's familiar with, like, your consciousness in your brain. Just having the ability to access more of your consciousness, and, like, also being able to consciously reverberate what you got going on back here to your frontal lobe from that part of your cortex, to be able to actually, like, consciously deduce what's going on within the parts of your brain that are not conscious, if I'm making any sense. But just the ability to, like, think about things that the average human brain doesn't have the capacity or capability to think about, because it doesn't have intentional access. Like, you can't just normally tell your brain, well, the back part of your brain needs to know something in the front, so, like, bring it there. The brain kind of just does it on its own. Or, like, you get a trigger, that's something that triggers you to bring that memory forward, right? And you got your little cues and this and that. But when you really tap into the ability of your mind, which you can do through fasting, which I have done an excessive amount of. You can do it through sun gazing, because of the rays that come from the sun. And you need to be careful. I almost burned a hole in my cornea, but I have sun gazed for hours. But you have to be very careful, like where the sun is in the sky. Like your actual exposure, it has to be in the right position, and you can't just randomly stare at the sun. So don't just randomly stare at the sun. But sun gazing brings particular rays, let's call them just rays, into your brain that affect your, what is essentially your electromagnetic pulse, like your actual physical pulse. So like your brain has a heartbeat, is the most layman way that I could say what I'm trying to say. So your heart, it beats. When your heart beats, the reason it beats is to pump blood, liquid, right? It's an organ, it's a machine. And that machine, it pumps blood. The blood, the liquid, it's like, it's like if you have a hydroelectric plant, but instead of all these spinning and turning wheels, you would have, something a little more intricate in the middle that would bring the water in and pump it out. And it would actually create far more energy. Neither here nor there. I make fun of people a lot because I'm Scottish, and that, obviously major human element, 99.85%, kind of a thing for me, to make fun of people. It's really funny. Just that there's stupidity, like the sad part of things, it's not funny. But I'm so depressed I don't really like thinking about that shit. I'm still regular. But your brain does have a pulse. It has a beat. And that beat is electrical, as opposed to, it's what's called biomechanics. And so your brain, it pulses, and the energy and the electricity that is under your skull, like in the brain, the actual, the physical brain, it actually does fluctuate, and it has a beat. It has a rhythm to it. We haven't done a lot of research into that science yet, and so we don't really talk about that all that much. But your brain is not stationary. It does beat inside your skull, to help give you a little, potential of proof in that direction. You do a little of your own research. When you think about the human brain, it is placed at the center of this viscous liquid, right? It's not against your skull. That viscous liquid is there not only to protect your brain from impact on the skull, but also it gives it room to beat. It gives it room to expand and contract, which is pretty cool. And one of the biggest things about, when you gain an ability to tap into that, like for me, I've actually had people make attempts to shock me, like shock test, shock me, and then cause me seizures, and like, ooh, nobody knows I'm trying to cause. You're shining a fucking flashlight in my eyes and going like this. It's very obvious you're trying to give me a seizure. If I have a seizure, it's obviously your fault. Like, I don't know what you think you're covering up here. Thanks for the sword things, the lightsabers. Thank you. Lincoln, welcome to the broadcast. And it's very appropriate, like the horse. Kind of funny. Victor, welcome to the broadcast. But yeah, like I said, like some of the people I care about that I was like waiting forever to meet were doing that. And I'm like, come on. Like, do you have any idea what a letdown that was? That was like if, what's his name? What show is that? The Boys. right? That was like if one of those superheroes from The Boys was one of your heroes, and then you finally met them in person. And then you were like, oh, that's how they, that's how it was for me. It was. I don't want them to like fucking kill me because I'm saying it, But I was just like, what the fuck? I was really excited. And I was let down, like, but I guess that's why they call it the movies, whatever. Still love them. Still fuck with them, I don't even like the word fuck with them. I guess still, they're my people. They're my family. But like, come on. It's okay. And then there's like the whole male thing. Like, I legitimately don't believe in any of that. I really don't. Like, our existence is existential. We are not our bodies. Our bodies make up certain portions of our existence, but realistically, when you actually understand the brain, you're like, which again is like the majority of your existence, your brain. OPG and welcome to broadcast. Like our gender and sexuality, it goes as far as the chemicals inside of us. It really doesn't go any further unless we choose it to. Like most of these socially structured and engineered ideas about, what gender and certain portions of our identity really are, they are socially structured and socially created, and like from the beginning, they were invented socially. They didn't come about organically. Like, they were ideas implemented when we came to a part of like a point in the like when society reached a size that we no longer needed to just do things for immediate survival, that we began to focus on societal norms, and that was immediately based on familiarities. Okay, so like, they have boobs, they don't. They have a vagina, they don't. When we let these ones near those ones, babies come out, and we can't afford that right now because it brings the lions around. Then it all came from that, which I know was like, sounds real simple, but we were kind of really fucking simple back then. So it wasn't that hard to just say ooga chugga, you, boom. How's that? So, and it really hasn't changed all that much today, sadly. I mean, for some of us it has, because we, accept and say yes and continue to grow. Like, I haven't felt the way I feel right now since 2016. And I have been begging God to bring me back to the way I am right now, mentally, since then. Since I lost that, and I lost track, and I lost focus, I have been begging God to bring me back to the mental fortitude that I once knew. And I don't know what happened or how it happened, but tonight, or the past couple hours, I have just been freaking waking up like real freaking quick. And I'm thankful. I have a lot of gratitude right now for coming back to normal. And I might be sitting here being a nerd. I probably look a little out there. I'll work on that. Because this is, like I said, it's like, as you're coming back into normality, you gotta understand it's like a plane coming down and has turbulence. Okay. You hit turbulence, you might lose a panel or two. I just lost one. It'll grow back next year. But I will be fine. I will be okay. I'm just at a point where I know too much. And it's so funny. Like, I got people that have showed me stuff over the past couple of years. And like, since you know how to keep your mouth shut, like, we're going to, oh, thank you for showing me the things that I've already known since I was a small child. Like, people just assume you're stupid. Like, they really do. I'm literally like 10,000 times smarter than people fucking think I am. And I'm over here trying to fucking help you guys. But so many people y'all are fucking rabid animals. Why the fuck do you think we hide from you? Why am I more out here? Because I'm not a wimp. I'm not fucking hiding off somewhere. Because you guys are fun. You just need a little bit of a fucking education. And me personally, I like learning about the way you guys think. Because something that a lot of my own people don't understand is that the way that you guys think is pretty intelligent. It has its own benefits. And us recognizing those benefits, it's in my head. I can't really tell you, because like, from where I come from and my people on this planet, I'm not crazy. Come on, this is fun. And then you guys, right? Y'all, is neither us or you have like what I got in here going on together, if that makes sense. For the most part, you don't. A couple of us do. Those of us that do, Neuralink. What a wonderful idea. I wonder where that came from. You're welcome, Elon. I did it for the win. Those of us that, put ourselves into this thing. All the human data that went towards the creation of those systems. Yeah, but like I said, when you understand how to actively manipulate, I've always used the word manipulate. It was never a bad thing, until like later on. What's up, Alyssa? How are you? But to manipulate your own brain patterns, right, is when you, like, no different than you can feel your heart rate. You could feel right here. You put your hand on your ear, on the back of your ear, and you press in. And then you put your other finger, put your pointer finger into your ear, block your ear, and press with both fingers as hard as you could, until the point that it hurts. If it hurts, you're pressing too hard. You want to just before it hurts. Now me, I can hear, but if you have all else silent, you will hear. Now it's very faint, and it sounds like it's real quiet, but it'll sound like it's like a leak, and it's actually your brain pulsing. It's your brain beat. I'm probably looking silly right now just trying it, but it's fun. But it's real. You do that and you'll hear your brain beat. It's so like the blood pumps up into your brain, right? But then your brain has its own beat, and that's a mixture, obviously, of the because there's a lot more electricity in your brain than in the rest of your body, and so like your brain has its own beat. And there's a lot less blood involved in that beat. Like I said, you actually... Now, I won't go into this because it gets a little trippy. But, like, your body is made up of mostly water. And so whether you believe it or not, your body actually gives off, so like, you give off pheromones, right? Well, you give off frequency too, which is pretty wild. So like, you ever hear like feeling the vibes? It's an actual literal thing. Pretty fucking cool. And you could like tap into frequency and learn how to like actually speak in frequency. Like that when you speak, when you talk, you're not only giving off, that you're not only using verbal vibration, that you're not only giving off vibration, that you can actually expound wavelength that is electrical wavelength through your speech. It's pretty wild. I can even fucking tell you some of the cool ass shit I've learned over the past couple of years. You'd never even believe me. I'm telling you the least outrageous stuff. I'm telling you the stuff that's like the least amount of out of this world. Then I haven't even scratched the surface. Now when I was younger, man, even just a couple of years ago, what I just told you right there is like not that big of a deal anymore, right? But like literally 5, 6, 7 years ago, I would go online if I try to talk about something like that, or even talk about it in person. Oh my God, obviously people shut me up real quick. But like on the internet, you talk about it, your shit gets shut down immediately. It was such a big deal. And all of a sudden, like I don't even have, just so you guys know, I'm not even using the VPN right now. And my shit's not even getting shut down. And I know to you that might not be like a big deal, but for the guy who used to, like, I would do a broadcast, I couldn't even use the numbers 432 in sequence without getting a glitch on my screen. And you can't make this shit up, like, what are you going to have 400 viewers just be like, oh, I didn't see that. But seriously, I would go 432 and on cue. I could do it on cue, and I wasn't fucking with anything. And I didn't have, there wasn't like viewers doing that, because it was actually, I had a radio receiver picking up the frequency to see if it was, one of my viewers just fucking with the broadcast or someone from the company. I was doing this in like 2017, if you guys were there. I had an S8 Plus, and I had a little radio scanner. That was also part of why the cops never fucked with me, because I always knew where they were at. But I'd use that radio, and it was fucking with the frequencies. Somebody was actually actively disbanding my connection, like they were scrambling my signal actively, intentionally, my signal, not the tower, no whatever, my signal. And so then I got a radar detector, and I was searching all around, and I didn't pick up anything. So what I'm telling you is, whoever was scrambling the signals to my phone had a device that I could not pick up with anything that was available retail. Somebody was messing with my, the frequencies, the radio frequencies to my phone, or I don't remember at this point, because like I'll learn stuff and then I retain it for as long as I need it, but your brain can only hold so much. Travis, welcome to the broadcast. Thanks for the follow. And you can also teach yourself how to forget things, and like, for real, because like you really could only retain so much information. So like going to college and everything, like that's awesome. But over the years, there's a reason why you can't remember a lot of the stuff you learn if you don't use it at work, because it's not necessary information. So your brain will compartmentalize that information, put it in a zip folder, metaphorically speaking, and throw it in the back. And notice, you know how when you open a zip folder, it takes time to open. No different than, I remember. I just got to think about it for a minute. It's the same thing. Like the ideas and all the things that we do on the computers, we learn from the brain. not vice versa. You know? So like when it comes to this Neuralink thing, essentially that's going to be an enhancement for people who, you know, don't have psychokinetic abilities. It's going to be for people who don't know how to tip over a jar with their mind, you know, or people who have never been trained or privileged to be able to access parts of their mind that they're supposed to be able to already, but just over generations of lack of use. Afro, welcome to the broadcast. Fat Cat, welcome to the broadcast. And that's what it really comes down to, is our lack of utility towards the abilities that we have as creatures comes down to a lack of necessity. It's no different than when animals adapt and evolve to lose certain features that were formerly necessary, you know, that were more combative as they grow into, you know, more docile roles and into safer communities, right? Like they find more systematic ways to fend off predators. Then they no longer need those predatory sequences in their, like, they don't need claws per se anymore, right? So they evolve out of having claws. No different than human beings for a very, very long time did not have a necessity for lack of a better term, their psychokinetic abilities and like access to the brain in the more archaic people is far more common. When we're taught about, when we think about Neanderthals, when we think about former human species, we think about a less evolved species, when the reality is, in certain fashions, they were actually more evolved. If anyone's ever seen the movie Bird Box, in that movie, they have to put on blindfolds so they do not see the monsters. And they end up, now this is a spoiler alert, if you haven't seen Bird Box or you don't like the spoiler, then you might want to leave for a minute or two. But the end of the movie Bird Box, they find a blind institution, and that's where they're able to live. So the premise, even though the movie was sci-fi, the whole idea is that adaptation conquers strength. The strongest do not survive. The most adaptable survive. Now, the strongest of the most adaptable survive the most. Roger, welcome to the broadcast. Julie, thanks for the hearts. Please don't forget to follow. I appreciate you being here. You are witnessing me rejuvenating to health. And it's really nice. And for whatever it's worth, for anybody who may think that, you know, I come in peace. So like, what I'm telling you is like, bygones are bygones. It's all part of the process. I'm not worried about it. And like, and that's when I'm really being myself. You know, I got a lot of people that are like trying to push me to make negative decisions, but at the end of the day, I am the smartest cookie in the crumble. Not in the entire crumble, but on the side of the crumble that I hang out in. And I make sure to stay that way so that I don't have people on either side telling me how to live. I'm a peaceful man. I'm a peaceful person. Through and through. But, yeah, so like, former human species are theorized by ancient alien theory. No, I'm kidding. But it is theorized in certain circles that ancient man had kinetic abilities, psychokinetic abilities, because especially like with the building of the pyramids, you know, like people are trying to figure out like, oh, how the pyramids built. But realistically, you know, we are starting to have a revival and a renaissance of people with psychokinetic abilities, and you know, people who have other abilities, like emotional abilities and different things of that nature. And there's I won't go too far into it because it sounds a little sci-fi. Georgia Lagos, come to my house. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't. But thank you. Thanks for the follow. And it's theorized that the reason we are having an influx of rejuvenated species of this kind is with the what we are now, in cohabitation with the Etherians. What we're believing to be are the predecessors of modern man. That at a certain point in human history, that the Etherians had came and did a little alteration of DNA. Whereas, you have Eden and all that, and then you have up where it's really cold. Some stories say that those were the original, that's where modern man came from. Man who has the ability to see into and to go further and do more, that it originated in Scandinavia. That you had the people of Eden, and then there was the northern migration for particular reasons that have to do with parts of history that aren't talked about yet. And that then the people of the north, then had interactions with these creatures that had already settled in that area. And that they had then, procreated and found out that they could procreate, that both sides were surprised to find out they could procreate. And so they, made super babies. And then we came here. And I guess now human history has decided we're going to talk about it. It's kind of cool. But also, like I said, it's like some parts of humanity have adapted these abilities from birth. And like that's the piece that like even in the more tight circles that are now becoming a little more loose, obviously, have not really been talking about, like been avoiding and scared of, because it's like the natural showing of those abilities from birth while not having it in your bloodline says that it's an adaptive survival feature within the mutation of your gene set. Such a quick adaptation is essentially just called a mutation. And a mutation calls for a necessity for defense of the species. Well, considering that that species is already merged with man, that would mean there's a foreign species that none of us are aware of. And that's the current conversation. Why are we mutating? So, for example, I've been with somebody who, is actually of the ulterior persuasion that we are now coming out about. I was born mutated without any of it being in my history other than brushes in a social fashion. So where's the war? Where's the threat? What's the necessity? Or is it a coalescent necessity? Cynthia, thank you for the follow. And that's my thought, okay? Because I'm the person born with the ability to not have a fucking seizure if I don't want to, even though I am prone to seizures. I've proven it. Like, I have the ability to tap into my heart, like, I've had people try to cause me a heart attack, and I'm able to stop it on my own without any exterior influence. That's just by controlling my heartbeat, which is like pretty, there's people of, of a higher ability and persuasion who are capable of that. But then, of all times to pick to throw me traffic, now is not the time. I know it sounds interesting, but it's not. We're not going that route, okay? I fought really hard to get to live a regular life. I'm going to share this stuff in private for people that need it and want to hear it. But I'm asking you, don't make me that guy. I actually don't want to be that guy. I will lose this connection that I have with the earth. I don't know how the fuck else to say it. I'm being real with you. Like, it's about as raw as I could possibly say what I'm saying to you. If you do that to me, you will tear me away from everything that I am. Again. Please don't do it to me twice. Thank you. During the day and all the other stuff, I'm the regular guy. Anybody asks me, I ain't talking about shit unless I feel safe, comfortable, and private. And I will never be your spokesperson for it. I will sooner make an ass out of myself. I will. You best find someone that wants to. And I promise you, I'm sure there's some of us out there that are willing to sell ourselves out like that. I'm not. I'll sell myself out in the human way. But there's parts of me that are like really, really, really special to me. And I wouldn't trade for anything. And I definitely would not be willing to be putting any of that out there that way. Anyway. I got it. So. Yeah, all that even for me is, it's old news. Right, where that's now echoes in the wind. But so yeah, is it amazes me how many people be like, we're trying to keep this quiet. You shut up. Like, if you have any idea how much you doing the cover up shit fucks up your situation, I know, because I'm one of them. You're idiots. Like, chill the fuck out. Share more. Die less. Be smart. It's just an idea. Because, like, I'm not even here. It's just an idea. Like, I've been to the point where I've been sold on the fallacy of, like, recognizing the entirety of existence. Like, I've had people try to sell me on these ideas of, like, what the entirety of everything is. And very convincing, I might add. At the end of the day, it's smoke and mirrors. Because the reality is there's always something more. There's always a reverberation. There's always the next thing. It's infinite. Reality is infinite in a way that we don't understand, and is the reason why I do believe we have a creator. That's why I believe that there has to be, some being beyond whatever we are, because no matter what you do and don't know, there's always more. And if there's always more, that means there's got to be more after that more. And, like, seeking the end of that is part of the enjoyment of our existence. In the same token, are you ever really going to find the end of it? You can't know. And until we do know for sure, which I know some people love to pride themselves on the idea that they have got it figured out, we don't. We have as much figured out as we have. And then there's the next thing that we immediately try to pretend like we already knew about that we didn't. And the difference between those who continue to prosper and actually get those answers and those who just sit on those answers and try to hide them is the willingness to remain open to the factuality of being ignorant. That we are babies in this universe. So at 7%, the moral of what I'm saying to you is morals are a human-created construct to help small-minded beings behave in such a fashion that is decently appropriate. Bad thing? No. Bad idea? No. Bad to associate duality with morality. Y'all done fucked up. And look at what you did. So, what's up, Michael? So I digress, I'm gonna go to bed. Like I said, I don't know if you guys noticed that, like, almost immediately after I took that DNA test, that there was knocks at the door. I mean, accidents happen. I'm kind of playing on the whole delusions of grandeur thing for the fun of it. I've just reached a level where I know there's no, you couldn't possibly pull me out of this. Like, I would not give this up for anything. Again, I haven't gotten back to health. I wouldn't give it up for anything. Worth more than everything. I love you too. Thank you. I'm gonna go to bed. I love y'all. And I hope I see you soon. Please join me in my messages. That would be cool. I'm okay. If you perform a wellness check on me, the only thing you're going to do is make sure that I get to let them know that I am okay. A little weird, but I'm okay. And it'll give me a chance to actually talk to them and make sure that the next time that if they get a phone call like that they start investigating you, because I am okay. And I've stated that, and like throughout the years, we've kind of gone through all this already. And I finally either have them on my side or in my pocket. So let me know. I'll be waiting on messages. What I was going to say to you, before just making sure that I left a little security in there, is don't leave me alone tonight. This is what I'm asking. Because, like, I'm healing and I'm getting better, but it's also, like, it's a deeper vibration thing. And, like, for me, the lows are, like, where I struggle. I'm really good at maintaining my emotional stability at the highs. But I'm telling you, like, frequency-wise, like, I'm, like, my vibration, like, I'm going to, like, the lowest of the lows because I have to heal that part of my, what people call spirit, like, of my energy. I have to cleanse my energy on the lower vibrations. And it's a really tough process for me. So not leaving me alone would be, like, much appreciated. So if you guys could just message me, because I have to come offline, I have to go to bed. But it would be really nice, like, to have people to talk to, like, while I'm falling asleep. And it also would integrate me into, I'm not going to bore the fuck out of you, but just message me if you will. And if you don't, I love you anyway, and I'll see you tomorrow. And do me a favor and just pretend like we didn't talk about any of this tonight, because it's all real stuff, but it's just, I haven't felt safe to talk about it in a very long time. All right. Good night. And that's ours, by the way, not yours.